bastante música que pasó. morning, everyone. I just wanted to confirm with my team that the time is to start now.
Yes, Anurag.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Karen. Really appreciate that. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to the virtual officer seminar which we are conducting today with Singapore office in attendance for you. Thanks again for taking time to join us today. We really appreciate your time and contribution, fully understanding that you are at home right now, and it's not easy to find time while on vacation, but this is very important for us to be, and we wanted to be very close to you, have an opportunity to talk to you. So really appreciate that you are here today, and we have first of all, I would like to thank all my team which is here today. Almost 19 of us are joining today, and we are expecting another 76 participants from our seafaring colleagues. So quite a good roundup. I'm very happy to be here today. We will be starting our full session now. You probably have seen the agenda and all the speakers that are going to be presenting today. But most important part over here is that this conference is an opportunity for us to be close to you, because we want to listen to you. This is your seminar. We are making this happen because it's not possible to meet personally as we would normally like to do, but at the same time can't let go an opportunity to be together with you and to be able to hear you. So I would kindly ask you to take this as an opportunity to reach out to all of us. You all have known many of us while sailing on board, or some of you probably will sail with us in future. And it's really very meaningful for us, right? So once again, before I hand over for introduction to Captain Sartaj, once again, thank you very much. Welcome. I really hope that you like and you hear something what you have some questions on, and what you might be wanting to know more. We are all for you. There are good sessions for question answers. There will be sessions for a lot of interaction, and I'm looking forward to this today. So once again, thank you very much. Thanks to all the organizers, the crewing team, the training team for making this happen. And once again, welcome. I hand over to you, Sartaj, for introduction first, before we move to the most important part, the safety movement.
Thank you so much, Anurag. Karen, can we flip to the slides, please? Great. So welcome again, everyone. Thank you very much for taking time out of your vacation. This is indeed very, very important. Like Anurag has mentioned, this virtual seminar is for you. We are here because of unprecedented times, travel restrictions. Otherwise, we would normally do a seminar like this in a face-to-face setup somewhere in a hotel or in our training centers. So thank you again. Business updates, I won't repeat. Mukul will pick up on a couple of these things later on as the operations director. Now, one key thing, obviously, from all of our perspectives, looking at how COVID and the pandemic is progressing, it's very important for us to take necessary precautions and stay indoors. Karen, can you click the button, please? So, COVID is very interesting. It doesn't come looking for you. It has a big ego. Unless you go out or invite it into your homes, you are COVID free. So keep that in mind. Stay protected, stay indoors. You have to go on board. You are important to us, and so is your family. Next, please. So let's look at what are we going through in the next, say, about 5 to 6 hours for the virtual seminar. There's a fantastic lineup. A lot of senior leaders from V-Ships Singapore, as well as the V Group central functions are lined up to speak to you. This is not a one-way discussion. This is an update, and then we expect a lot of inputs coming back from you because you are all the people who are at the sharp end running the vessels for us. So I won't go through in detail with every line item because you have a copy of this agenda. Please keep this handy so that you know when there is breaks, when there is kind of time for coffee. Feel free, to pick up a cup of coffee, water in between whenever, but please keep this agenda handy. Next, please. Now let's look at some guidelines. Ideally, if you are using headphones, you will have the best kind of experience. If not, if you are using or dialing a phone, it's okay. If you're using a PC, it's okay. Speakers, just make sure your sound check is good so you can hear everybody clearly. A request, stay muted, please. Let the person speaking, whether it is one of your colleagues asking a question or if it's any of the presenters, one person at a time, and then we will give you enough opportunity. If you still want to unmute yourself, then we would absolutely be willing to make you the presenter or allow you to ask questions as we go along. Right, there is enough time on this for Q&A. And during Q&A or typically throughout the seminar, we would appreciate if you keep your videos on. We would like to see your faces. It's nice to see multiple people in the background, who's paying how much attention, who's looking, who's asking. When you ask a question, we would like to see you. So let's do a quick trial run, right? If you are dialing in from your PCs at the bottom or at the top of your screen, depending on what configuration you have of Zoom, you will have a chat button. So can I confirm with everybody, if you can see the chat button, I would like you to open the chat button, type yes, yes, yes. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Well, whatever it may take, right? Just type in something. Let's see quickly, Jiffy, right? Yes, very good. I would like everybody to raise your fingers, fastest fingers. Yes, no, I'm happy, good morning, all safe, anything. Good. Excellent. So I'm seeing a lot of typing coming in. That means you have found the chat button. So what we will use the chat function for is also for you to ask questions. So as the sessions go along, if there is a question that comes along, please feel free to type in. Our team will make a note of it. And during the Q&A session, after the presentation is over, we will address your question. If you would like to speak up and ask a question verbally by voice, again, there is an option to raise your hand. You can raise your hand again at the bottom. You will be able to see raise your hand function, and you can do that. So typically, if you don't see it anywhere, it would also be under the reactions. You might have a small reactions tab somewhere at the bottom or top. If you click on that, you will see like a thumbs up or a hand or whatever, depending on your configuration. You can raise your hand. We will kind of narrate your name, and then once your name is called upon, please unmute yourself and speak up. If you can't find that or whatever, and one of the team members will be able to basically unmute you so that you can ask your question. Okay, next one. I hope you can still hear me, right? Yeah. Interact with the participants as well as the speakers as much as you can. Now, what you can do is, again, the reactions tab at the bottom or at the top, you have multiple kind of emojis, you have faces, you have clapping function. Let's try, let's try someone. You have a thumbs up button. If you click on that, a thumbs up will come up, a clapping sign will come up. So if you like a presentation, please feel free to do that. Encourage everybody, click that button, and we will have a good interactive session along the way. So that's some of the house rules for this. We certainly look forward to your activation, and in order to make it even more interactive, Karen, can you go to the next one, please? We will do a memory check, right? A lot of us believe that we are very sharp up here, no matter what our age. So we just sit nicely and we run through the sessions without necessarily picking up the key points. So what we will try and do is we will test your memory, either after every session or maybe towards the end of the day. We will randomly pick people from the audience and we will ask you maybe what were the key takeaways from the seminar, or what was the safety moment, and what was professional development, talking about what did the MD Anurag speak about. So I would urge you, keep a notepad handy, make notes. This is for you. Ask questions, and then we will have some wonderful interactive sessions coming up. So with that, I would like to introduce the next session. We start all our meetings within V Group or seminars with a safety moment. Safety is central to our business. So I would like to invite Madhu Nair, our senior HSEQ manager, to come and give us the safety moment. Thank you, Madhu. Over to you.
Thank you, Sartaj. Thank you, Anurag, and welcome to all my colleagues. My name is Captain Madhu Nair. I am the Senior HSEQ Manager and the DPA at V-Ships Asia Group, Singapore. I've dealt with many of you during your time on board the vessel. Some of you have even spoken to, and we have met in the office. Today's safety moment is on mental well-being. Now, this topic, many of you are familiar with it. You must have heard us discuss this, sent you newsletters many a times while you have been on board the ship. But what is mental well-being? Let us split the well-being first. Well-being is the holistic experience of positive health, and it includes having good mental health, high life satisfaction, a sense of meaning or purpose, and the biggest of all, it is the ability to manage stress. It includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It also influences how we feel, how we think, how we act, and a very, very key factor once again in handling stress. Because of these reasons, mental well-being also affects safe operations. Hence, it affects our everyday lives when we are on board, far away from our families, away at sea. And because it affects safety, it can also affect our business. Colleagues who have got a very positive mental well-being have heightened engagement, which supports a very robust safety culture where our colleagues are committed to an organizational success. We should all understand that our industry is a very unique one, where we face challenging moments, even at very, very normal times. And this includes long hours, months-long separation from our families, either because of business travel for our seafarers, or it is several months on board, or in the present conditions because of COVID-19 restrictions. Under the additional pressures and fears of COVID-19, these factors are getting more and more amplified. Statistics tell us that 1 in 4 people have had a mental illness at some time or the other during their lifetime. And this could be of many different factors. This could be anxiety, this could be depression, or some other form of a mental health problem. As far as seafarers are considered, they have a much higher level of mental ill health and suicide as compared to land-based workers. In fact, in a survey in the UK, suicide rates in the shipping industry is almost 6 times higher than the rate of suicides among the general population. So the problem that we face here because of mental well-being is a very, very serious one. Social isolation is another very important point that we seafarers go through. It is a state of complete or near complete lack of contact between an individual and his society. Social isolation, it is a significant trigger for anxiety and depression, something that we are all quite familiar with and currently experiencing during the COVID-19 pandemic. On our ships, life has changed. Life has changed a lot. We have got multiple nationalities on our vessels. We have got staff members who would much prefer to go back into their cabins and watch videos and movies on their computers or connect up with their families. The personal contact that used to be a norm, where people meeting in the evening, going up to the smoke room, having their dinner together, having their lunch together, discussing issues, discussing matters on board the vessel. It's moving away at a very fast pace. Lifestyles have changed on board the ship. In fact, during a survey, 54% of our seafarers, that is 54%, it's quite a large number, of our seafarers have told us that they were stressed and anxious when they were unable to connect with their families. Other triggers include work pressures, lack of sleep, financial worries, personal problems at home, and of course, the overuse of social media. I mean, we're all very familiar with the way social media is controlling the news that we keep getting about the COVID pandemic around the world. Next slide, please. Now that we know what mental well-being is all about, the question now is, what are we doing about it? So within V Group, we have established a mental well-being committee with enthusiastic and knowledgeable colleagues from around the group. We have a top-level policy, continued commitment to care for our colleagues, both at sea and on shore. The purpose of this policy, which many of you are familiar with, is for the V Group to establish, promote, and maintain appropriate workplace practices to support a healthy mental well-being of all our colleagues, and encourage everyone to take responsibility for their own mental well-being. Overall, we also have senior leader engagement calls where great leadership and personal example settings always be at the heart of improving our safety performance. Employee assistance programs. Most of you have heard of the program called ComPsych, which offers someone to talk to and resources to consult whenever and wherever you need them. It provides confidential, emotional support to highly trained staff who will listen to your concerns and help you and your family members with any issues, including anxiety, depression, or stress, grief, loss, life adjustments, relationships, and partner conflicts. We have launched the Let's Talk campaign, which is quite a large and well-established campaign, which was given to all the vessels last year. And this is new material, which is designed to encourage discussions on board. Let's Talk is part of a commitment to you under the Partners in Maritime Safety program, which many of you are familiar with. It engages participants to discuss and share experiences around recognizing that we all have a state of mental health. Support structures are available and how best to support others, and promoting positive mental health and reducing stigma. Lastly, we have published the role of masters in promoting well-being. This has been a V-Ship's initiative, which in partnership with the Sailor Society, the guide has been designed to equip our masters and senior officers to spot weak signals and provide a structure to have meaningful conversations with their staff on board the vessel. These are just some of the initiatives that we have started. But overall, ladies and gentlemen, what we have to understand and recognize is that all of us, irrespective of rank, gender, nationality, we all have a state of mental health. And it is okay to talk about it. It is okay to discuss about it. It's okay to let others know when you have or when you face a challenge. Thank you very much. Now I'll pass it on to our COO, Captain Michael Elbert. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Madhu, for an excellent safety moment, and a very warm welcome to everyone on this call. My name is Michael Elbert, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer. I'm calling in from Scotland, a sunny morning here. So this is truly also, a global conference where we're all getting together on this virtual platform, dialing in from various locations all over the world. And that's the way V Group V-Ships operate. We are a global company, and we have the pleasure of global colleagues and diversity, and that's really our strength. So a very warm welcome to you. I've only been granted 5 minutes, so I have to speak fast if I want to cover everything that I want to convey to you today. But first and foremost, a warm welcome. I hope you and your families are safe. The COVID is unbelievable, still offering us challenges as a business, but also as individuals. I've been working from home, and I'm actually calling in from home the last 14 months. And most of the time the only engagement I've had with other people is virtually. So it just shows the challenge we're faced with. But the good news is that despite of the COVID, we've actually been able to continue our business undisrupted. And that is also to a large extent thanks to you and to your efforts daily, to your delivery to our customers, getting the ship safely from A to B. And that sounds very easy, but it's not. And our job as ship managers together with you is to manage all the many risks that we're faced with to an acceptable level while we're taking care of the asset being the ship. And one new risk that has come up that we need to manage well is, of course, the COVID. And we are constantly daily reminded on how serious this is. And countries, we've seen good progress. The numbers on COVID are getting down. Other countries, it's going totally from bad to worse. So we're still going to be faced with this challenge. And that's a major concern for us in the senior management, that we continue being proactive, being safe, do the right things, protect ourselves, protect you, and while doing that, endeavor to keep the ships trading. Now, you are the front line of our business. And this officer seminar is a great opportunity again to engage with you, to offer you also the opportunity to engage with us, to ask questions, to share your experiences. So please do that during the session today. That is really important for us. But I have to say, about safety. Now we also talk about mental well-being. We also talk about still security. So let us also remember there's also security risks out there that we still also need to battle. If it's piracy or maritime theft attempts while we're trading our ships. So there are so many risks that we need to manage, but we can do that collectively if we work closely together and we follow our processes and procedures, which will help us as safety barriers to do things right. But again, just coming back to your role as ambassadors and frontline, what you do out there as role models, others will follow. So how you treat your crew, if you are safe, your crew will also be safe. They will mirror you, for good or for bad. So just also remember your obligation as leaders, that you will set the style on board your ship. And of course, what we request you to do is to set the standard high and be a great role model also for our core values. And some of the major, of course, priorities as a company is to continue growing. And I'm quite impressed, and I'm very pleased to share that Singapore, as one of our foremost important offices, continues to grow and has done so quite rapidly over the last 6 months. So that also offers a lot of opportunities, but it also offers challenges. We all know how difficult it is to get new ships in and out and up and running and to the standard that we want to. So I really also look for your support to help us in that endeavor. But also, again, it offers also opportunities for all of us when we grow the business. Some of the other really important priorities we have as a company is, of course, to keep the ships trading undisrupted. So that be no off-hire, no detentions, make sure we have all the certificates for trading, make sure that we have good vetting if it's tankers, right ship if it's the dry, make sure that really put an effort into having flawless port state inspections. And this is in principle all about your own safety also on board the ships. It's third-party people coming on board and verifying this, but it is actually to help us all become more safe. So embrace the vetting, the right ship, the inspections, the port state as a verification on how well we're doing that. And of course, the better we do that, the better it is for your safety, but it's also good business for us. So coming to an end of the session that I am allowed to address you with, I just really want you to help set the standards, set the bar high. Remember, we're running a business, so we need to take good care of our customers, and you are the front line of that, making that happen. So let us continue growing the business. Please also on board, make sure that you have a robust inspections yourselves, do the proper safety self-assessments, bring as many findings as you can, because that can help us to identify and correct them before a third party comes and does that. So be engaged during the session. I wish you all a great day ahead. Please keep safe when you get back on board. And otherwise, I wish you a great seminar. Thanks very much. And back to you, Satsas. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Michael. I would now like to invite Anurag, Managing Director, VSHIP Singapore or Asia Group, to come and talk to us about setting the scene for the rest of the day. Anurag.
Thanks a lot, Sartaj, and thanks a lot, Michael, for laying the foundation and starting on a very strong note. You have obviously brought out what is needed today, what challenges we are facing. But my attempt today would be to discuss and more interactively during the day, support you in your questions and the answers that you might be seeking. It's extremely important. Hi, can I request everyone to be on mute, please? We have a little bit of disturbance here. Thank you. So once again, I welcome all of you to this seminar, which is extremely, as we discussed, extremely important for all of us, all my colleagues today. It's a first-hand experience that we will receive from you today on how good, how well we are performing, or where there would be a scope for improvements. We don't live in a perfect world. Our world changes day to day, as you all know. It's a very dynamic industry that we are all part of, and our specialty is, of course, change management. We can change ourselves to the challenges that we face in a day-to-day basis. Just very brief background of mine. So just a previous page, please. I've now been with VSHIPs in my present role for about 3 years. I started my career in 1978, so about 40, 41, 42 years out at sea now. I sailed with VSHIPs actually from 1985 to 1995. And later then came ashore in 1997. I'm based in Singapore, and I'm really happy to be with you today. Next one, please. We can't emphasize enough on how COVID has impacted our business as we had till 2019 or end of 2019. And it has really taken a lot of resilience, a lot of risk assessments, risk managements, change management to be in a situation today where we believe, with your very, very active support, we have been able to mitigate quite a few challenges to a reasonable amount of satisfaction, to a reasonable amount of service delivery that we expected. But as you know, V Group is a global maritime provider, service provider, and we are leaders, and we wish to be recognized as leaders in whatever we do. We were one of the first ones to understand the challenges that were coming to us last year, and lots of initiatives then were rolled out pretty quickly to be able to continue managing our business in a stronger way. V Group has also taken a keen initiative and in supporting to declare the seafarers as the key workers. As you know, the COVID challenges are restricting the movements of seafarers, restricting the movements of the ships, and it has been an extremely difficult last year for all of us, whether we are ashore and you who were at sea probably most of the time last year. And V Group will continue to pursue our aim to get all the relevant bodies, governments aligned together to be declaring seafarers as the key workers. Otherwise, the world business will stop. There will be no food, there will be no oil, there will be no light in the homes of many, many people if the ships are not able to operate the way they are expected, they were supposed to be. So V Group, of course, takes its role very seriously, and all the attempts that you have heard Captain Madhu Nair during the safety meeting enlisting, and how we have adopted to the challenge of not only mental well-being but also physical well-being of our colleagues at ashore, which is extremely important point for us, and is continuing to be our major focus during our day-to-day. Next slide, please. Yeah, and just for Singapore office where we are, I know that we have our colleagues today from India, from India office too, who have served on fleet served by India. But some of the statistics on how we are performing today, Michael laid a foundation a bit. We are growing. We are expected to grow thanks to your strong service delivery, thanks to your support to us. We expect that V Ships overall and V Ships Singapore in particular will continue to grow the business, and we will have more and more ships under our management. The outlook is challenging. The COVID doesn't seem to be going anywhere soon. The restrictions on travel, the restrictions on movement is getting worse in many of the countries where our seafaring colleagues are coming from, and we really feel for that. We hope that you will take care while you are ashore. You will take care of your families, and even when you are on ship, you will continue to give proper attention to your colleagues who are with you at sea, and also the family members that might be then waiting for you when you are sailing, right? So most important, health is the biggest wealth that we have. So I hope that our focus on the well-being of our seafarers and near and dear ones will continue to be our main focus. Apart from the number of ships, we and how the business has grown. In terms of performance in 2020, we had a reasonably decent year, reasonably good year, and that's again a lot to say about how you dealt with the challenging situations on board the vessels. When the COVID situation was new, nobody knew how to deal with these challenges, right? And you, at the time, continued to move the ships from place A to B, continuing to fulfill the obligations that we had made to our ship owners on keeping their ships working, on keeping their business alive, keeping their earning potential alive. And I can't thank you enough for making that happen in early days of 2020 and even towards the end of 2020. By end of 2020, we knew pretty well on what we are dealing with. Of course, situation continued to be dynamic. We couldn't have seen the latest upsurge in the COVID situation across Europe or India or Philippines or many other geographies. But I'm sure that with your support and the support of our seafaring colleagues who are on board today, we will overcome the situation. We will prevail. But the focus has to remain on the vessel performance and delivering on what our obligations towards the owners are. Next slide, please. V Group, as you all know, and I mentioned a little bit earlier, is of course one of the largest ship management company. We put a great importance in how we approach and pursue excellence in our day-to-day operations. We are present, as you know, in about 30 countries, in 60 locations around the world. And our ongoing strategy is to focus, of course, on delivering excellence into ship management services, while at the same time strengthening our position as a leading provider of marine services across the board. Our values are our guiding principles, and explain on who we are at V Group and how we like to do business. You might have seen these values being displayed on board and in our offices when you had chance earlier to visit our offices. But these are the values which are extremely close to us, and we are very proud of them. Excuse me. By applying them in our day-to-day operations and decision making, every colleague in our office is able to work and strive to satisfy the needs of our customers, right? Safety, but as I said, as Michael emphasized, Madhu started with it, safety will always be our #1 priority. We will never compromise safety. And that's the word you have from me as the managing director for Singapore office, that I or my management team will never ask you to compromise on safety. So you can have a word from me on that. And I hope that you will then translate this philosophy on board your ships and keep safety as the first priority for the day-to-day and how people operate, how our colleagues operate on the vessels. This is non-negotiable. Safety is non-negotiable. We have our obligation to our seafarers, to our principals, to manage property, to manage the safety of life well, and we will continue to work, with you on that. Next one, please. After the safety, of course, is customers who come first, and very briefly, I would like to tell you on how we work. What do we promise to our customers? What do we commit to our owners when we are getting into an agreement with them? Having experienced, competent, and healthy officers and rating on board who will support day-to-day operations, who will keep the ship safe, who will deliver to a high standard expected from a company like V Ships in delivering a flawless service delivery, maintenance of assets under our care, and also reliability of service, which is extremely important for our ship owners for making the vessel available to trade, maximize the vessel's earning potentials for them. But as you know, and we discussed, COVID doesn't make things easier for us. In normal cases, we have challenges, but COVID has even more complicated the situation. So it's not possible for our superintendents, marine superintendents, trainers to come on board, and even it's challenge to relieve our seafarers who have completed the contract in time. So all this places a lot of restrictions in how we do business safely and in a efficient manner. So what recourse do we have then to be able to deliver under these circumstances to our owners? And as I point out in this slide, the only hope for us to deliver on our commitment fully rests on you, our colleagues on ships, on the way they are supporting us, on the way they will make things, the way they will take leadership on board and makes the work going around working on the ship. It's extremely important for us. And my colleagues here in office rely very, very heavily on you and are in constant touch with you, even though we cannot be physically, but we try to be more in touch with you through remote sessions or through telephone and other means. Next slide, please. So what do we then can ask you to help us with in these times? We have senior management team and junior officers on board, ratings on board who we expect and who we know are fully committed and are leaders in their own sphere, in their own space, and they will take this quality of leadership with them to be able to help us on safety and performance of the vessel. Each one of you we expect are helping you by your leadership and taking accountability of the actions on board to be delivering us what we have promised to our clients with. We will, as you know, we will never compromise with safety. We really sincerely ask you to help us achieve better safety culture on board, assess the quality of safety, the quality of operations on board, and then let us know on how we can support you more. Our safety, our HSEQ department is extremely active. They have been sending you notices and circulars to support you in day-to-day job, and our technical teams are, of course, helping you with the information that you need in order to be taking care of the assets under your care at this moment with the best service that we can provide. Of course, we believe that our operations are very open and honest. We do not have we have a no blame culture. We absolutely appreciate open and honest reporting. You can be absolutely sure that once you have given the feedback to us, this will be acted upon. And in case, and what I want to communicate today to you is that in case you have any challenge or any question where you are not getting the feeling and the support that you expect from any of us at the office, my doors are always open to you 24/7, 365 days a year to reach out to me, and we promise that we will work together to find a good solution. In terms of safety, again, just to re-emphasize, again, it's extremely business critical to us to maintain good statistics and to manage PSC and oil major vetting performances well on board. This is our ticket to business with oil majors, to bigger ship owners who like to see consistency of service on their fleets, and they all are watching V-Ships with very keen eye, because all these steps, all the good initiatives that have been taken during last few years are sending a very positive sign about V-Ships in the market. There are more and more owners we are discussing business with these days, and all the, not only the safety, but the operational, the off-hire statistics are extremely important for us to be giving them confidence for relying on us as their partner for the ship management services. And this we cannot do without you. I think a lot will be said today about how we expect you to support on safety and operations of the vessel. But just from holistic point of view, I just want to tell you that I just want to convey to you that this is business critical for us. We will not be able to compete with the big names in the market unless we have statistics which are favorable in terms of PSC, in terms of oil majors records. Then only we will get support from majors, oil majors, and big owners and charters for us. You have a critical role to play. And V Group, of course, has lots of initiatives in place for that. We have recently, as some of you might have already participated, and that we have recently last month launched the safety culture survey assessment, safety culture survey in collaboration with Lloyd's Register of Shipping. I kindly ask you to participate in that, which will give us more data on where we are at this moment and how can we then further improve, where to focus our energies on in improving in terms of safety performance on board and driving the culture on board. Data, you can't get away from that these days, right? All of you have been part of V-Ships. All of you must have worked on our ShipSure platform. As our CEO very rightly mentions and keeps repeating again and again, if you don't measure it, it will not get done. So unless you measure, you only will then be able to analyze where it drives efficiency for you, and where we will be able to focus our energies on to drive better business, to drive better performance culture, right? So this is just a dashboard for you to see that we in V-Ships are living by this on a day-to-day basis, and you will hear more about this during the course of the day. Your involvement, your contribution, your feedback would be extremely important for us today. I will be with you throughout the conference today, and I'm looking forward to engaging with you more. Please be open, honest, without being in any fear, and just open up your mind if you have any issues that you want to discuss with us today. And I'm looking forward. Once again, I want to thank you for being here today, and I'm looking forward to the conference going forward the rest of the day. Thanks again to all of you for listening to me, and I would now invite Captain Mukund Sharma, who is our Operation Director, to give his presentation and have a talk with you. Over to you, Mukund.
Thank you, Anurag, and good morning, good afternoon to all our colleagues working for V Group, V-Ships Singapore. We have a real global presence, as Michael said, and really looking forward to a very engaging more than a couple of hours going forward. So we're going to be talking about delivering excellence through resilience and safety. Very, very critical areas that we need to focus on. Just a quick introduction about myself. I'm Mukund Sharma. I joined my sea career with Mobil, and then worked into ExxonMobil when the merger happened. Left them when I was a chief mate, then moved to TK, got command there, spent about 19 years in TK, and then came to V-Ships in January of 2021. So most of you are far more experienced in V-Ships and V Group than I am, but I promise I'm learning very fast, and this is a very engaging and dynamic and exciting place to work. So I'm really looking forward to getting to know more of you, all of you, as time goes by, and happy to hear your comments and feedback on anything that we need to focus on going forward, as far as how we serve you and how we support you to deliver the flawless service delivery that is expected by our customers. Thank you for moving the slides on auto. I would like to start with an ode to our seafarers. I can't express, and the world is realizing more and more the important role all of you and all of us in the shipping industry, but mostly all the people working on the ships, the impact they have. So I'm just going to read this out, and it's something for us to reflect on. The bread that you eat and the biscuits you nibble, the sweets that you suck and the meat that you carve are brought to you daily by all the seafarers. And if one stops them from coming, you will starve. This is how important the work is that all of you do. And we saw a small little snippet of it in reality when Ever Given blocked the Suez Canal and how the world went into a tizzy. And that's just an example of how important and critical is our contribution to global society. So next slide, please. So let's start with the basics. And this is critical. I think most of you or all of you have seen this, our group operating model. And the reason I brought this slide in is very simple. We are here for two reasons and two reasons alone. We are here as shore staff to support the ships, to support all of you, to deliver us to the customer. That's our core job. So if I was to use an analogy, if there was a stage, you are the main actors and we are the supporting cast in the wings. So we need to help you, we need to support you, we need to make sure you have all the tools, all the equipment, all the knowledge that is required for you to deliver flawless customer service. That is the goal. So please do not ever hesitate to ask for help, to seek advice, because that is our job. And if we are not doing that, we don't deserve to exist. We are supported in this endeavor through a structure which is what you engage with on a day-to-day basis, the fleet cells. But behind that, there is a huge army available to you. We have the group center of excellence, people like Michael, people like Mike. There's a huge group of people who are supporting unseen, definitely heard, to make sure that we keep providing you what you need to do your job. We have a huge crewing department. They have been working tirelessly, probably the most hard-worked department ashore, who've been managing the vagaries and the dynamic situation of the way the world is, and trying to effect your reliefs, trying to make sure that we can manage to run our ships and with relieving you and making you going home safely. 46,000 seafarers relieved in 2020, staggering numbers. Our digital platform, that is the mantra of today. We have to be data driven. We have the opportunity. We have spent a huge amount of money in V Group building really good ERP platform, ShipShore 2. It is industry leading. I have not seen anything like this anywhere. So we must use it and leverage the opportunity to make ourselves different from our competitors. Be the differentiator. That's what's going to draw in the business, what Anurag was talking about. And then we are lucky. We have so many in-house services that we can actually lean on. It's better to know who you are hiring to do a job when they are part of the family. Our technical services, CTech, our supply chain, Marcas, insurance, our travel agents, our catering department. Huge, huge advantage. And also we have so many offices across the world. In case you need help, we can get people to you really quickly. So you should take comfort in that. So this operating model, I call it a lethal weapon. This is something that we can differentiate ourselves against our customers, and we must leverage on it. Next slide, please. So Michael talked about delivering flawless service. Flawless service delivery is the aim. And I really think of it in very, very simple terms. What does it mean to you and me? First of all, and as Anurag mentioned, safety is number one priority. We have a duty to make sure every seafarer that goes on board a ship goes home in the same physical and mental condition. And I add mental here because it is important. We have to support you to live a happy life on board, right? So getting our seafarers home safely, absolutely non-negotiable. That is what we all strive for. So don't do anything that's going to compromise that. And number two, the reason why we are all working is to provide our customers with a service. We need to meet or exceed their expectations so that they talk about us. They are our advocates. They talk to their friends about us and we get more business, right? So achieving zero harm to people, property, and minimizing our impact of our operations on the environment. If we think of what we do and if we do it well, it's these three things and we will be successful. Simply put, not complicated. Next slide, please. So how do we go about achieving that? Yes, we can keep trying to do things. People will tell us to do things and there will be rules and regulations, but all that is still a facilitator. The only way to make sure that we will consistently deliver on our promise, on our commitments, on what we say to our customers we will do is through building a very, very robust culture, a great safety culture, a great operational culture. And for that, what do? We need to build trust. Trust is a very small word, 5 alphabets, huge, huge meaning. If you don't trust us and we don't trust you, nothing's going to work. So if you have a problem, you need to be confident that when you reach out, that problem, there will be support to solve it. Sometimes we may not have the answer. We have to look for an answer together, but you have to trust us. We communicate, we give each other feedback, we listen, we hear, all very important. One more thing that we must always remember, and as a continuation on the theme of safety is number one, there is absolutely no work that is so important that it requires a breach of our safety commitments. I do not want you for one moment to go to sleep at night thinking, oh my God, I was lucky in spite of doing something in an unsafe way. Let's not do it. There is no work that is that important. Stop, pause. Let's figure out the right way to do it, and that's the only way to do it. Ownership of the outcome, be it a stopping an unsafe act or performing well in the post-state vetting, the inspection, any operational job. That is what separates the good from the great. And we do want to be the best. Second best doesn't get the medals, right? The business comes to the best. That's what the customer is looking for. Fourthly, none of us is as smart as all of us. The collective knowledge that this organization have is tremendous. The centers of excellence that we can lean on when we are, hitting a dead wall. Somebody is a little removed from the day-to-day. They come back with such great. A lot of our solutions come from you on board the ships. We are dependent on you. You guys are the experts. We will be there to support you. So we are dependent. All of us together will move on this journey together. Monitor decisions and actions, ensuring performance is aligned with the safety program. What am I trying to say through this is, let's not forget about the journey to the outcome, right? Let's not only say, let us get the job done. That is important, yes. But how do we get the job done? Is it aligned with our safety policies and procedures? What VMS says. There are shortcuts. You will be lucky once, you'll be lucky twice. Eventually the odds will catch up. Not worth it. There is no medal for bravery in today's environment. And in V Group, not at all. You get a medal if you're following the book every time, day in, day out. That's the sure way of getting it right. And of course, you guys are on the spot. You guys are on the forefront, the pointed end of the arrow. All our colleagues at sea, they make the difference. Next slide, please. So moving forward from culture, how do we do these things in terms of activities and tasks, right? We talked about being a digital company, right? Being very strong about data. So let's deal with data. Let's make sure our inputs are accurate so that the outputs are valuable. Otherwise, I'm sure everybody's heard, garbage in, garbage out. And believe me, in this company, all the reports and all the reporting that happens on board doesn't go into a black hole. You will see that information is used to make smart decisions, to make data-driven decisions so that you can move forward in a positive way. So let's base our decisions on facts. Teamwork, alignment, collaboration, very important. We talked about it in the last slide. If you see it, you own it. So if you see something wrong, don't walk by it. Try and see what you can do about it. If you can't do something about it, ask for help, but make sure it's reported. That's the way we move forward positively. Let's improve ourselves, and the best way to improve is to measure where we are and then see how to get to where we want to get. Let's be more collaborative. Again, break down the silos. Let's focus on what makes the boat go faster. This is our CEO's one of his favorite phrases, and it's so true. Let's try and focus on the important stuff, right? That's what is going to get us to our goal. Let's make sure we have the right people in the right roles so that the delivery of service is consistent. And let's really understand what the customer wants. Remember, customers do not like surprises. Customers want their cargoes to be moved from A to B as scheduled. They want it to be done in a very efficient manner. They don't want any unsafe acts happening. That's what they want. So let's understand that. And let's see how we can add value to it. What is that little difference that they are looking for that they will be impressed with, right? Next slide. Karen, next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So if we do all that, what's it going to look like? What's the outcome, right? We will always be compliant. We will always be in line with our safety programs. We will be ever ready for port state controls, vetting inspections. We will look at them as opportunities, not as a problem that we have to deal with. When somebody, a third party comes on board a ship, we should be, wearing our best boiler suits, really having the ship looking smart, very well kept, everything working, so that when this person comes on board, they say, wow, this ship runs well. What's he going to do? He's going to go ashore. He's going to talk to his mates. He's going to talk about the ship. And that goes from person to person. It builds advocacy in our industry, right? We must always know the condition of our ships. It's critical to make sure that we can move forward. Be role models. We are all leaders. Every one of us is a leader. So how we behave sets the standard. If somebody looks at you and sees you doing something wrong, well, that's setting the wrong standard. But if they see you doing something right, you raise the bar. So we have to reflect on ourselves and how we behave to ensure that we motivate our colleagues, motivate our line, upwards, downwards, all our colleagues. It doesn't matter whether you can motivate your seniors as much as your juniors. Risk assessments and risk mitigation procedures, following our safety procedures, so critical. Remember, it is no crime to press the pause button to stop, think, and act. That is what is going to make sure that we do the job right. And if there is pressure, there is no harm in putting your hand up and saying, please, let us think about this before we go ahead, right? There is a tendency for all of us in the shipping industry to be totally task and oriented. But good safety culture brings about the concept of making a pause. Develop us into a single source of truth. Lead and motivate our teams. Move from compliance to commitment. This is something that is really key. If you are doing something because you're told to do it, you will do it maybe 90% of the time. But if you really believe in what you're doing, you will do it every time. We mentioned how important data is, how important it is to constantly look to improve. And of course, manage costs well. We are delivering a service. It is a commercial environment that we are living in. So we need to focus there. And I've left this for the last, good seamanship. It is very basic. All of us who've been at sea, the way we walk, the way we observe, the way we look at things, that has a huge impact on how safe we are. People trip on decks, people get imbalanced. When you walk into a space, you immediately start looking at what all the safety equipment are, what is the equipment there, how is it working? So critical to have that mindset in all that we do. That is going to make the difference. And that's what's going to get us the flawless service delivery. Next slide, please. So that's how we're going to build our culture. That's what we're going to do as best practices. And now where are we? We talked about data compliance, driving data inputs into our system. There is room to improve. We won't get into the details, but this is a snapshot of today. And you will see there are a number of ships that are not using ShipShaw correctly. There are some which are using ShipShaw correctly. Brilliant. Can we get more greens, please? That's our ask. Let's make sure that we do what we're supposed to do. Garbage in, garbage out. We said that in the beginning. Let's make sure the quality of data, the timeliness of input is there, which helps us derive analysis and take us forward from the data that is there. It is such a powerful tool. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, whoops. Right. These are our personal incidents we've had. Too many. We have heard too many seafarers. We said one of our priorities was to make sure all the seafarers come home safely. It's a bit of a complicated slide, but it tells you a story that we've had 114 incidents, personal incidents across the board from beginning of the year. That is just too many. That is 114 too many to be precise. Next slide, please. This gives us a snapshot of our port state control performance. 56%, or rather is it 59%, are flawless, 0 observations, right? We have many ships who have got it right. Let's all get it right. If 60% of our fleet can get it right, why can't all of us get it right? You will see in the left corner of this slide, the big boxes. Those are the ones that don't make us proud. 12 observations in Nigeria, 8 observations in Geraldton in Australia, right? Really hurts us, hurts our reputation, hurts the customer, it hurts us individually, and we don't need it. We can easily avoid it. And most of the observations are really not down to anything significantly wrong with process. It is down to us not being observant, not following the basics, right? Good housekeeping, making sure our SOLAS, MARPOL, MLC requirements are covered and met. Next one, please. So that's all I have time for now. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, we'll take them at the end. But just to conclude, customer service is all about the feedback, being supportive, innovative, keeping the quality and being excellent and friendly amongst all of us as well as with the customers. Thank you. And with that, I will introduce Mike Bradshaw, our global head of HSEQ.
Good morning, everybody. Mukund, just a sense check. Can you hear me okay this morning?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Perfect. I have done some wonderful presentations at crew conferences that no one has heard. So I'm just always checking to make sure safety first. Thank you for letting me speak at your conference this morning. I intend to talk to you this morning about the importance of environmental compliance. In my role as global head of HSSEQ at V Group, environmental compliance today poses one of the biggest risks to our group from a legislation and a reputation management perspective. If you could just move on to the next slides, please, Karen. At V Group, we have a very, very important environmental vision, and that is to adopt and promote the highest standards across all of our operations, ashore and afloat, to be recognized as environmental and energy leaders. Next slide, Karen. Karen, thank you. And as you would expect, from that vision, we have grown a number of key objectives. And the number one priority that everyone on this conference can help us with is the most obvious one. It's prevention of pollution. Yes, we are focusing on looking forward to 2030 and beyond with decarbonisation. Yes, we are focusing on reduction of greenhouse gases. You will have heard, I'm quite sure you will do when you go back to your next vessel, about our push to eliminate single-use plastics. But keeping it simple and getting the basics right, preventing pollution, is our #1 priority in terms of environmental compliance. Karen, next slide, please. To condense all that down, for the purposes of this event and for your own understanding of our environmental goals, we have broken this down into 3 areas. Direct and indirect reduction of emissions, reduction of harmful emissions to the environment, both the air and the sea. Elimination of single-use plastics. Our fleet alone consumes 7 million plastic bottles a year, and raising awareness through education and training. And that's the purpose of why I'm talking to you this morning. Karen, next slide, please. Some of you may have been to one of these presentations before where we've talked about environmental compliance, but for those of you that have not, let me reiterate the risks. There is high likelihood of criminal prosecution, both to individuals involved and to company shore employees, if there is deliberate violation of environmental laws. Just last week, there was a case in the news in the US of a Filipino second engineer charged with $250,000 and looking at in excess of 30 years in jail for magic pipe and falsification of records. Over 30 years in jail, and that was just last week. And these news articles are almost monthly. Every month someone else is getting prosecuted. So the risk is real. Fines against companies are also mounting. That the record at the moment stands at $40 million to Princess Cruises. V Group, as a third-party manager with no fixed assets, doesn't own any ships, doesn't own any of its buildings, it rents its buildings. We could not sustain a fine of $40 million. That would shut us down. And that is why it is the top of our risk register for corporate reputation and compliance perspective. And if one of our offices was found guilty and publicized all over the internet, as was that case last week, the reputational harm would be severe. All of the good work that Mukund was just talking about flawless service delivery and customer service, it'd go out the window. No one would want to give us their ships because we would be under close scrutiny from the US Coast Guard for 4 or 5 years. And for my shore colleagues that are on the call, this is not just a seafarer issue. The US authorities will prosecute and go after the highest ranking individual in the company. So that could be Madhu, our HSEQ manager for Singapore. It could be Mukund, our ops director. It could be Anurag. They will keep going and going until they get to the highest level they can justify putting through the courts. We have had some near misses in our fleet recently. And recently, I mean over the last 6 months. And it has been through crew members on board having technical problems. Things have gone wrong, things have broken down. And that happens at sea. We all know that. We've all been to sea. But then the team on board have tried to cover it up. And that's when the problems start. Karen, next slide, please. When I talk about this poor second engineer that's being charged with 30 years in jail, the vast majority of his jail time is not for the actual pollution itself. The jail time is around the falsification of the oil record books. And for the masters and chief engineers on this call, you need to be 100% sure that the records in your oil record books, both in the deck department and the engine room, are accurate, and that you've checked it and you've signed it. Because the moment you hand over an oil record book to a US Coast Guard official or any government official in the US, And if you know there are mistakes in it, emphasis on no, you know there's mistakes on it, you're not committing an offence just under MARPOL. You're committing a US federal offence. The charge that you are faced with is lying to the US government and obstruction of justice. And the jail time for that starts at 20 years alone. So this is why we're always coming back to you saying, check your oil record books, make sure they're accurate. And if there are any mistakes in it, genuine mistakes, correct them and let us know about it, okay? This applies not just to your oil record books, of course, because I did say any record. It could be anything. It could be your deck log books, your VGP records, your garbage records, your MARPOL Annex 6 records. If you hand over any record to the US government with knowingly incorrect entries, it's a federal offence and you're lying to the US government. Next slide, please, Karen. So I very briefly, I want to cover a case study that happened in our fleet. The crew members thought they were acting in the best of intentions, but actually exposed the company to great danger. As you can see here, in the middle of last year, a superintendent did an inspection of one of our vessels, a dry bulk vessel. And during the test, as the superintendent will always do, they tested the oily water separator system and the oil content meter. And as he was doing the test with the chief engineer and the second engineer, it kept going into an alarm condition. And the crew knew all about this problem. They knew that there's a problem with the oil content meter, but they were reluctant to say something because 6 months ago, prior to the inspection, the company had just invested in a brand new oil content meter, an oily water separator system, which costs tens of thousands of dollars. Around about that time, they had an incident where they spilled some sewage. They were cleaning the sewage treatment plant and they spilled some sewage into the bilges of the engine room. That sewage got taken into the bilge system and it contaminated the oil content meter sensor. If you were a superintendent or a chief engineer and you took a sample from the oily water separator, the water would look clear enough to drink. But if you left that glass of water in the control room, if you left that glass of water in the engine room control room, within 20 minutes, it would turn jet black because it had bacterial contamination. And that's what was happening inside the oil content meter. So rather than report this bad news to the company, the crew always were diluting the water inlet to the bilge system, or the water separator, with seawater. They were pushing so much water through the sensor that it was always going to be under 15 parts per million. What did we do about it when we found out about it? We did what we will always do. We took action. We locked out and tagged out the equipment. We reported it to the flag state. We reported it to the coastal states of where the vessel had been trading to, because we are always open and transparent with the coastal and national authorities. Next slide, please, Karen. The key messages from my short presentation to you this morning is that if you have a problem on board your ship, technical problem, operational problem, report it to your team ashore. They, as Mukund says, they only exist to support you on your ship. Without our ships and our seafarers, we don't have any ship management offices. So report any problems that you have. Always follow the rules. Okay, that might seem obvious, but we do see seafarers that believe that they don't always have to be followed. They do, and we will always insist that they are. Implement our controls that you have on board. You will be aware of our environmental seals and our environmental seal record book. For the chief engineers and the second engineers, that is what's going to keep you out of jail. You need to make sure that those controls are fully implemented. And for everybody on this call, if you are aware of something where the rules are being broken or something's not quite right and you don't believe the company is responding to it, please use the Speak Up hotline. You might refer to it as the whistleblower hotline, but it's the Speak Up hotline. You can phone, you can email, you can use the app, and those messages come right through to my central team here in the UK, and we will follow them up and we will take action to support you. Next slide, please, Karen. So I've gone through a presentation quite quickly this morning, but the point I want to reiterate is that while I've talked a lot about the USA, we will not tolerate environmental non-compliance anywhere in the world. Failure to follow the rules, either on board the ship or in the office, will result in the company facing very large fines and people going to jail. So my closing comment to you this morning is that we need your support and your commitment on environmental compliance. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak at your conference this morning, and I shall hand over to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mike, and very useful, extremely targeted, really great job. Thanks a lot, Mike. We have few minutes for question and answer session, right, Sartaj, which we could take probably now before we move into the next session.
Yes, absolutely, Anurag. Q&A time.
Okay. Thank you. So looking forward to hearing from you. If you have any questions, any comments on what you have heard so far on the presentation or otherwise. We have had quite a few presenters. Madhu presented the safety moment. Michael introduced us to the CEO as a COO update. Me and Mukund tried to put the base on the operational and the safety aspect. And of course, Mike gave a very good presentation on the environmental compliance. If you have any questions related to this or any other thing, any other comment that you want to make right now, we are welcome. You are welcome to do it now, and we will try to respond to your questions as much as possible. You could raise your hand through the raise option. You could write your question down on the chat side of the which is visible to you now on the side, or you could just speak up. We will pin you and just take your questions immediately.
Karen, Pauline, any questions in the chat field which we might have missed out on?
No, Sartaj and Anurag, I don't see any messages or even anyone raising their hand just yet.
Okay, thank you.
No worries, no worries. I mean, we are available throughout the day, so please feel free to open out and reach out to us, right? And we will be available, right? But thanks again, thanks for your patience, thanks for your time, and Sartaj, we move to the next session then immediately.
Yes, we are about, I think, 10 minutes behind schedule. So at the moment, I think we are into the 10 minutes break. So let's everybody take a stretch break, coffee break, depending on time zones, wherever you all are. 10 minutes timer is on your screens. Please freshen up, and then we will resume sharp in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's back from their stretch break. Before we proceed on the next presentation, which is what HSSE excellence means in practice, let me just call on Anurag to say a few words. Anurag.
Thanks a lot, Pauline. I wanted to just highlight and bring to your notice one incident which happened on one of our ships very recently. On the you might have heard about this incident through internal sources or through outside sources. On our vessel Ocean Gull, which we took over about 4 months ago, we had an incident where our colleague, Mr. Jeremy Laro, a Filipino national, who was pumpman on board the vessel, suddenly fell sick. He had joined the vessel on 12th of April at Singapore. Was healthy, was tested for COVID before leaving Manila, arriving Singapore, and was on board for almost a month. Suddenly, when he suddenly started developing fever and complications, we had to arrange medevac for him in a very short span of time, and were very lucky that we were able to get him to the hospital in time, where a proper medical attention was given to him. But he was also found with COVID on board the vessel, COVID when admitted to the hospital. So apparently, as it seems so far, Mr. Laro contracted COVID while on board, and it could be through various reasons. The cause has not yet been identified, but the main point here is that the condition of Mr. Jeremy Laro continued to deteriorate on board, and towards about a week ago, it seemed that he might finally get out of the ventilator which he was put on arrival. He breathed his last in the hospital last week. So we are very sorry that this incident happened while Mr. Laro was on board our ship. We are investigating. We are trying to find more details on how this could have happened on board when he joined the vessel healthy. But just in remembrance of Mr. Laro, I wanted to take a moment from all of you and ask you to kindly observe 1 minute silence so that we can pay respect to the departed soul. Thank you very much for this time, and I really appreciate you hearing about this from me. Thank you very much. I want to confirm to you that all the rest of the crew on board is safe, even though there were some seafarers who were showing signs of mild fever, but nothing serious, no serious complicated cases emerged finally, and we have of course arranged PCR tests for all the crew on board, and they have tested negative now. So we are very happy that rest of the ship is safe, but extremely sorry to say that we lost one of our colleagues while he was with us on the ship. The PNI and the company will provide necessary support to the family. We are in touch with his son and his wife in Manila, and making arrangements in terms of what the next steps would be. COVID times we face challenges. The airlines will not accept the body to be transported, and then we had to cremate Mr. Jamie Ainero here in Singapore on was Saturday last. And we will, but in the meantime, we will now try to get his urn back to Philippines to his family as soon as possible. We have involved with the unions, we have involved with the family and the PNI to find the best possible support that we can provide to the family right now. Just wanted to share this with you. Extremely tragic incident which happened on our fleet 2 weeks ago. And we pray for the soul of Mr. Jamilero. But thank you for your attention and taking time today to be with us on this. I will now hand over to Captain Madhu Nair, who is our senior HSEQ manager and also the DPA, and he will take you through what excellence in HSEQ means for all of us. Extremely important topic for us. So Madhu, all yours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you all. Hello once again. So this presentation is regarding HSEQ excellence. As we all know, HSEQ, health, safety, security, environment, and quality. I start with a brief introduction. I came to sea in 1990. I have sailed on various types of vessels, gas tankers, oil tankers, bulk carriers, and have been ashore since 2007, the last 2 years, just over 2 years now with the ships Asia Group Singapore. Next slide, please, Carol. We talk about safety excellence. We have spoken about safety culture. We have talked about safety being the paramount. Now, what exactly is safety excellence? We say that safety excellence depends on 3 main factors. What you see on your screen here: beliefs, behaviors, and knowledge. The belief in that my company cares for me and that I matter to my company and to my employers, that I have the right competencies, the right level of skills to do the job safely and effectively. The belief that I am trusted and I can make informed decisions. Behaviors, these are behaviors and common practices that I'm able to plan for an activity, I'm able to prepare for an activity, keeping in mind all the various parameters that go around it, that I can do and I can lead a team for better housekeeping, that I can use proper tools, equipment, and PPE and use them correctly and consistently. And lastly, with knowledge, that details are shared about recent events, that I know how to become involved in current safety activities, and I know what precautions are required and which ones are discretionary and which ones are most desired. Next slide, please, Karen. These 5 points, ladies and gentlemen, they highlight the key behaviors of great safety leadership. I won't read out all of them, but operationally, we face challenges daily. It is a fact of our industry. All of us, we work in hazardous environment. We often work with hazardous cargoes, and we operate heavy and complex equipment every day. And within this challenging environment, our safety records are generally satisfactory. However, we continue to see examples of accidents, incidents, and of incidents where standards are not being consistently met. We are still facing a lot of personal injuries. We are still facing incidents of navigational collisions, groundings, PSC detentions, and other examples of poor performance. What hurts us the most, and what I'm sure hurts you the most, is when there is a personal injury on board the vessel. An injury to a colleague, not just on our own vessel, but anywhere in the fleet, it hurts us, and it hurts us very deeply, because that is the paramount importance of us, the safety of the individual on board the vessel. And in spite of all the tools, starting from our toolbox matings, our PPE on board the vessel, the permit to work system, in spite of all these barriers, when a seafarer, when one of our own gets injured, it really hurts us. Improvement across the entire fleet is essential. And to bring in that improvement, to lead that improvement, we need all of us to show great safety leadership. What does that mean? It means, number one, having a clear vision and painting a picture of success, accepting full personal accountability and ensuring employees take equal accountability, encouraging colleagues to participate and participation through collaboration, addressing unsafe conditions with action, and lastly, inspiring communication in a style that creates the safety culture. It is important that you familiarize yourself with these 5 key behaviors of great safety leadership. Your leadership and personal example will be at the heart of improving our team performance and improving the safety culture, not just on board your vessel, but across the company, across the group. Next slide, please, Carol. So where do we stand today in terms of our operational performance? What you see on the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the actual figures of 2019, what we have achieved, the figures for 2020, and against the group figures for 2020. Between 2019 and 20, we have shown a marked improvement. And all this improvement is because of you. It's because of your efforts. It's because of your commitment. It's because of you having taken care of your vessel and your staff on board the ship. LTIF's down, TRCF's down, number of safe acts have come up, the reporting has improved, 0 oil spills to the water, PSC deficiencies per inspection has come down below 1, flawless PSC inspections has risen marginally to 62%. There have been 0 PSC detentions last year, and on the oil major side, we have had a slight increase of 3.34, but there are other reasons for this. Overall, your performance has been brilliant, and thank you very much, each and every one of you, for the achievement. Next slide, please. Now we go on to our top 5 defects as of 2020. Fire safety. Fire safety remains our biggest risk, and it is right on top of our PSC priorities. It's not just a PSC priority, but it is also a safety priority. Later on, as my colleagues take you to the different presentations, you will see the number of incidents that we have had within the fleet or within the group as far as fire in the engine room is concerned. So fire safety, though the risk of fire is paramount in the industry, it still remains a huge point where we can improve remarkably. On average in our industry, 150 major incidents involving fire or explosion on merchant ships each year. 400 people killed by fire at sea. And this means that there is a serious fire at sea every 2 days, and the average fire kills 3 of our fellow seafarers. So the statistics are really mind-boggling. Moving on from there, the next one is on lifeboats, followed by ISM, and lastly with ventilators, air pipings, and casings, load line findings. Next slide, please, Karen. So what tools do we use within the V group on board our vessels to ensure that we keep people safety and HSECQ excellence as our priorities? So we conduct inspections, we conduct safety self-assessments, we conduct navigational self-assessments, we conduct cargo audits, we conduct internal audits, we conduct mooring audits, and most of these are conducted by you, Do not be afraid to report problems. Do not be afraid to report defects. We, as a team, we need to know what is wrong and what is needed by you and your team on board to support you and what is needed to rectify it. Do not, there is a term, there's a well-known term which most of you would be familiar with. It's called risk normalization. It is when you accept things as it's always been like that, or that the company already knows about it and there is no need for me to report it further. It's always good to make sure that the defects are very clearly explained to the office and that they're aware that there are gaps on board the ship. Let the office help you in taking care of it. Let the office give you the necessary spares and the stores required to rectify the problems. But we can only do that provided you report it to the office in the right manner. If we do not pick up on issues on board the vessels, they may manifest into wider issues for vessel safety, including the vessel seaworthiness. If there are significant defects on board, you very well know that port state control inspections, flag state control inspections, they are not afraid to detain the vessels. And the detention is primarily because the vessel's seaworthiness is affected. So please, please, please do report your deficiencies to the office, share them with your office, let them come and support you in handling the rectification on board the ship. Next slide, please, Karen. I'll quickly go through this slide, which is delivering our vision. The points that you see here, the 6 points, starting with reward and recognition, the reporting systems, the culture of accountability, ownership, responsibility, moving on to safety, personal development, environment, and quality audits and VMS. This is our HSEQ vision. And these are the 6 key areas of focus. And the heart of all this lies the culture. In 2019, we had engaged with Lloyd's and we had with the human behavior specialists. And many of you had helped us at that time to complete the surveys, over 400 across the fleet, in fact. Thank you very much for that. In 2021, we are repeating that initiative. We are in fact actually running a survey right now, with 7th of May being the last date. And what has this allowed us? This has allowed us to gauge our strengths and weaknesses compared to the exercises that we did before that. And our feedback tells us that we need improvement in the following areas. Number 1 is vigilance. Number 2 is blame culture. Number 3 is reporting. And lastly, number 4 is intervention. We will go more in detail as we go along the slides. Next slide, please, Karen. Culture or safety culture. Now, to understand this, we first need to understand how the culture can fail and the disastrous impact of a poor safety culture. Profit before safety, where productivity comes before safety. Fear which may cause problems to remain hidden. Ineffective leadership, where the prevailing corporate culture prevents recognition of risks and opportunities, leading to wrong safety decisions being made at the wrong time for the wrong reasons. Non-compliance to standards, rules, and procedures. Miscommunication. Critical safety information is not being relayed to decision makers and/or the message is being diluted. And competency failures, false expectations that direct hires and contractors are highly trained and competent. And lastly, ignoring the lessons learned. Now, these are the factors, the causes of many of our disasters. Moving on to the next slide, we will share a few examples of where things have gone terribly wrong and have caused grievous harm to some of our seafarers, and in one case, a serious navigational incident. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see on the screen here are 2 very recent examples of accidents from our ships. The first one on the right side, where you see the fingers being sutured, the ring finger. This was a messman on board a container ship who was in the provision store as part of his daily work routine, reaching up for a tea bag or for a case of tea bags. And the messman, because the height was slightly above his hand reach, he stepped on a case of mineral water to reach across and grab the box of tea bags. He slipped, and in trying to grab onto something, his finger grabbed onto the angle bar structure of the rack. And while he was trying to balance himself, his ring got stuck in the bend, ending up in a severe avulsion of the ring finger. The metal bar, it caused a very deep laceration. He had to be landed ashore, and ultimately he had to be disembarked on medical grounds from the ship. Thankfully, because the ship was in port, they managed to save his finger, but he had to be disembarked on medical grounds. The second incident, this was a motorman who was given the duty to clean up the laggings where there were some oil stains using a chemical solution. During the process, the oiler managed to get chemical into his eye when the air hose that he was using along with the chemical was inadvertently directed towards the open chemical bottle. And what we also realized during the investigation is the type of chemical being used to clean the oil stains was something which is used for cargo hold cleanings. And this was not meant to be used in the engine room. So it raises a few questions on the chemical control on board the vessel, the use of PPE on board the vessel. During the toolbox meeting, was the motorman informed? Was he made aware of the risk of the chemical that he is using? Was his area of work supervised? There are all these questions which we need to ask ourselves as the ship's command, as the ship's management team. You need to ask these questions in everyday activities. People safety is the top priority. Next slide, please, Karen. Another example of a broken safety culture. This is a vessel approaching a port in the Caribbean, and a container vessel. She has been calling at this port many times. And what you see on this is an exit screenshot on the right side of the slide. You see the passage plan that was plotted. And the vessel, instead of following the passage plan, she was asked to come and drop anchor on arrival, which is a very common practice. And one point which was missed out was the vessel did not plan the passage from the anchorage to the berth. And when they were called in to pick up the pilot, the vessel got underway. The captain gave a harder port maneuver, and with a 9.6 meters draft, the vessel turned to port and entered shallow water, finally running aground. Gaps: the passage plan from anchorage to berth was not created. There was no JSA for berthing, anchoring, pilotage, etc. The main engine was stopped while the vessel was turning, which actually increased the turning circle and a loss of momentum. EGDIS was not being utilized properly. Safety depth settings were incorrect, and the decision to swing the vessel towards a port side, which eventually resulted in vessel breaching the 10 meters pontoon. Next slide, please, Karen. And that shows a cleaner picture of what actually happened. So you can see the different shades, the light blue and the dark blue, where the vessel breached the safety contour and finally ran aground. Next slide, please, Karen. Moving on from there, we talk about the important safety measures. Do not take shortcuts. We have several tools within the company, within the BMS, the management systems, which can be used to ensure the safety of our colleagues. PPE is the last line of defense. Toolbox talks, the JSA and risk assessment system, the permit to work system, the Take 5 system, which is where the person, before carrying out the activity, stops, thinks, identifies, plans, and proceeds. Toolbox talks, which has to be carried out at the site. Carrying out the toolbox talk inside the CCR or inside an ECR may not have the same effect of having a toolbox talk at the site where the work is to be carried out. Your role as a supervisor, as a mentor, is essential. Teamwork is the key. allow participation, ask questions, challenge them, supervise and mentor. Next slide, please. Reporting. Now, this is a very, very strong foundation of our entire safety culture. We understand everybody makes mistakes, though not intentionally. Highly qualified, experienced persons can also have an error of judgment, and they can also make mistakes. Colleagues, supervisors, show management, inspectors, surveyors, everyone makes mistakes. The atmosphere on board the ship must be such that every person feels empowered that in spite of something having gone wrong, do not be afraid to stand up, to go up to a supervisor, to call up the company and say and tell them that something has gone wrong. And we will support you. We will help you in whatever way is possible to ensure that the situation is salvaged, that we rectify the problems, and the stakeholders are informed in the correct manner. Senior officers must be receptive to such reports. So when we receive unsafe acts, unsafe condition reports in the office, we actually promote them, we encourage them, send them across as many as possible, make people aware, improve the awareness that when unsafe acts and conditions are being reported, thereby stopping the near misses and thereby avoiding them turning into accidents. Next slide, please, Carol. Your unsafe act and unsafe condition reports, they are fed to an organization which does the high-low analysis for us. Many of you have seen this in the broadcasts that are being sent across to the vessel. UDE stands for undesired events, and the top 3 undesired events, which is based on the unsafe acts and unsafe condition reports being received by us from you, is flooding, 22%, seawater system failures, asphyxiation, confined space procedures, and explosions not preceding fires or others related to battery explosions or boiler operated in the emergency. So please keep them coming in. We are really thankful to you for your contributions with unsafe acts and unsafe condition reports. Next slide, please, Carol. Finally, culture is the shadow of the leader. And I would like to reiterate this, that each and every one of you, you're all safety leaders. As officers, you must set the highest standards. Allow people to challenge. When was the last time someone challenged you, your behavior, example, or decision making? If you can't remember, then please look at yourself and consider if your behaviors and approach might be the reason people don't contribute. Encourage them. All of us can be approached. You should make yourself approachable to an extent where nobody on board the ship is afraid to come forth and raise their points and to challenge each other to ensure that we work in a very, very safe climate and the safety culture on board the vessel and within the company is being made. Remember, you are all safety leaders. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carol. And now I'll hand over to our group technical head, Mr. John Carr. John, over to you.
Thanks very much, Madhu. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear me okay. So.
Yeah, you're fine. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Good day, everyone. Can we move on to the next slide, please, Cam? Yeah. So good day. I'm John Kerr, former Chief Engineer at sea, having started as an engineering cadet. I've been working with the V Group for quite some time now. I joined the company in 1990, working in various roles in shore management, supporting you guys. I mean, I always say the people from the office are there to support the ship's staff. That is our purpose. Of course, for us to support you, we need to know when there is problems and concerns, and that's been getting highlighted during the discussions earlier today. But one area that I really want to talk to you today, and it's something that's very close to my own experiences, and it's affecting the fleet today, and it could have a huge impact on yourself. So I'll move on to the next slide, please, Karen. Engine room fires. Firstly, I would like to set a scene, and I'm sure for all of us seafarers, this can be quite visual. It's taken from a report of a real event, and it started with the third engineer doing his normal walk round the engine room, and he had just got into the purifier room and looked out to the engine room and saw smoke rising from the port forward end of the main engine. The noise and vibration levels rapidly increased, and sensing danger, the third engineer ran back into the purifier room and crouched behind one of the purifiers. Almost immediately, there was a loud bang and flames flashed past the open purifier room door, and the space filled with thick black smoke. With almost zero visibility, he took a deep breath, ducked underneath the main engine exhaust gas trunking, and ran aft past the 2 auxiliary generators. The escape route led him to the first of 3 vertical ladders. When he climbed the first ladder, he struggled to get past the ladder platform guardrail safety chains and fell back down the ladder 3 times, losing his torch in the process before he made good his escape. He suffered serious smoke-related lung, kidney, and eye injuries during this escape. He was airlifted off the vessel, hospitalized, and he did make a full recovery. But the story here is it's factual, and it's something that could happen to any of us. And this is the importance of it. As Madhu mentioned already, engine route or fires on ships, there's 150 major incidents a year on merchant vessels. There's over 400 people killed by fire at sea each year. And 50% of these fires start in the engine room. And 70% of those fires are caused by oil leaks from the pressurized systems making contact with hot spots in the engines. And regrettably, in the last 12 months, there has been 6 such engine room fires across the V Group fleet. And this is the reason I want to reach out to you. So I know we send you a lot of circulars and bulletins, but there is some real background to some of these, and I would ask you to take time when you get the opportunity back on the ships to talk to your people, have a look around the ships and ask yourself, could this happen? The photographs we're using in this slide actually happened to me. This was a simple engine room fire in that a high pressure pipe failed, the fireball got into the accommodation, and the ship was eventually scrapped. You can see the wheelhouse there totally destroyed. Next slide, please. One back, please. Yeah. So just to give you some background to some of these incidents we've faced over the last year. This one, standard main engine high pressure pipe failed. The fire broke out almost instantaneously. The third engineer had been down in the engine room doing a walk round. The fire was extinguished using the water mist system, but the third engineer did suffer some minor burns while trying to get out. He actually had to use the emergency escape breathing apparatus to get out. The smoke was so bad. And again, within seconds, this kind of incident happened. Next slide, please. This one concerns your auxiliary generator. And again, vessel sailing, routine vessel voyage, fire broke out. The source of the leakage was found to be due to the low pressure fuel pipe connecting the fuel rail. And as you can see from the photographs here, the pipe connection where the O-ring was sitting in, it was severely fretted and worn. This meant that the clamp just didn't work, and the fuel sprayed out, was contained within the hot box, but managed to strike into the turbocharger area and, of course, the source of ignition. The CO2 was released, it managed to put the fire out, but of course, all the fire detectors, sensors, etc., were completely destroyed. So the importance here is we're looking at when we're doing our maintenance. Next slide, please. And of course, duplex filters. The standard, we'll have them all over the ships, and for whatever reason, design-wise, they generally seem to be located underneath turbochargers. It is a discussion that's been taken up with the engine manufacturers just now, because of course any source of leakage at all in this area can and will result in fires. In this case, it was the filter plug had detached and the oil sprayed straight onto the turbocharger and resulted in the fire. We had a similar case where the O-ring on the duplex filter box again was found to be failed, and both, again, extensive damages, fire local to the electrics. Next slide, please. So what's the critical factors here? They're all caused by the leakages from the pressurized fuel lubricating system. So any maintenance we do in this area, we've got to be extremely careful. There is a potential there. The fuel itself is spraying onto hot surfaces. So again, there is insulation in place. There should be insulation in place. The legislation's been out for a number of years where all surfaces have got to be cooler than 220 degrees Celsius. And routine checks must be carried out. There's similarly spray shields fitted on fuel pipes and flange areas to prevent any leakages spraying on hot surfaces. And as mentioned, there was no second barrier to protect against the accidental splashing, spraying of the fuel or lubricator. There is designs there for it. There is some bulletins we put out suggesting, and I'll come on to it, showing areas that we can do better. And supervision, absolutely critical. Any maintenance we're doing as officers, as senior officers, please support the fitters or the junior officers that are doing the work. Please ensure during the toolbox meetings, areas of concern are discussed. Any specific tasks are supervised. When things are opened up, have a look. Like say the low pressure fuel pipe that was showing the photograph there. This needs to be looked at and be comfortable that it's safe to reassemble. That is areas there. Next slide, please. So, and avoiding them, as we mentioned, I mean, the photograph in the right here shows the turbocharger exhaust gas manifold. This was actually taken after maintenance. The insulation hadn't been refitted. The thermographic photograph you see of is just standard indicator cock, clearly again showing the exhaust temperature or the temperatures well above the limit of 220. So if there's any fuel leakage at all, you will have a source of ignition. So we need to ensure that the insulation covering as the heated surface is maintained and refitted after any maintenance. We have the temperature guns on the ship. We're asking for regular checks to be done. Have a walk around the engine room, looking for the hot spots, making sure that everything is below the 220. It's particularly after any maintenance. If we've had a generator overhauled or anywhere we're removing the exhaust insulation or the hot box coverings, do your checks, make sure that's covered. And routinely check, inspect your pipe work. Make sure that the splash cover arrangements or any screening is there, is refitted after maintenance. And absolutely critical is to ensure that we supervise this. As been highlighting, we've got the 400 fires a year or 400 deaths. We need to make sure that we're clear on what we do, supervise it. There's been some great work. The photograph in the bottom is showing a duplex filter, which has put they've fabricated the splash covers to prevent any leakages spraying anywhere. And this was something that followed out from the bulletins. Make sure that we get this right. Prevent any potential spray of oil. Contain it. Next slide, please. So the main points there was thanks very much for listening to this. I'm happy to take any questions or any concerns, but I know one of the bigger issues is we seem to get a lot of bulletins, a lot of circular letters. These are lessons learned, and all we'd ask is you spend 10, 15 minutes when you do get them, discuss them with your teams on board the ships. Discuss, could it happen to you on your ships? What could you do to prevent it? And as always, we're here to support and help. If you see something that you're not happy about, please let us know. Please reach out and contact us. And thanks all for listening. I'll hand you back to Okay, Karen, you taking the...
Thank you, John. Thank you, Madhu. Yeah, we have 10 minutes of Q&A. Anurag, you might want to, yeah.
Sure. Again, now the floor is open. Thanks a lot, John. Very good presentation. Thanks again. But we are available for Q&A session now. Please do raise your hand in case you have any question, any comment, any experience that you have had on the ship, which you may want to share and which you might think could be useful for the gathering that we have today. It's about sharing experience. It's about talking together so that we all learn from the experience that we have on the floor, and it will be extremely useful. We will really appreciate any contribution, any question that you might have at this moment. So please go ahead.
Anurag, while we wait to receive some questions, we just released a polling which is somehow related to what John and Madhu have delivered their sessions. If we can ask all attendees now to answer the poll, and then we'll maybe after a minute we'll release the results so that perhaps Madhu and John can comment on the results thereafter. Sure,
Paul. Absolutely, fully noted. Thanks a lot for this. So please, you can release this to all participants. So gentlemen, you see the polling which is available now. Kindly give your input, and we look forward to discussing the results pretty soon. Apart from this, if you have any question, we would also like to address that because there are not too many opportunities we get to be together, and there is great value in having all the V Group senior management team, which includes John, which also includes Mike. I think he's still online to be together, so that we can take any questions from your side. Thanks, guys.
So Madhu and John, we are now sharing the poll results. So if you can see, 57% have voted that none of the above is not a key behavior of great leadership. And on question number 2, 100% have agreed that they empower their team on board, and they do report unsafe situations without fear of repercussions, which is, I believe, a good sign in terms of the safety culture on board.
Absolutely, Karen. Madhu here. Thank you very much for the results and for the polls, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. As senior officers on board the vessel, unsafe situations without the fear of repercussions, that is the kind of culture that we need to create and sustain on board our ships. Regarding the first question, I would probably think that the question was probably misunderstood. The key there is, which is following, is not a key behavior. So all the points mentioned under the question are actually key behaviors of great safety leadership, and the correct answer was none of the above. That means each and every one of those points is a key behavior of great safety leadership. So thank you everyone for your comments here. Unless someone meant having a clear vision not being a key behavior, or accepting full personal accountability not being a key behavior. If my understanding is wrong, please do raise your hands and we'll be happy to take questions. Well, I don't see any questions there, Karen. So I guess our point was right. They all meant to say none of the above, but probably the question was slightly misunderstood there. Back to you, Karen.
So I don't see any questions in the chat boxes, no hands raised as well. So to our officers attending, if you have any questions, please feel free to type that in. And if you want to do or raise a question on voice, you can just raise your hand and unmute yourselves. The floor is open now to for John and Madhu to answer any query with regards to the sessions which has been completed. Otherwise, I would say if everyone agrees, perhaps we can use the reaction button at the bottom of your screen. If everyone agrees to proceed with the next session, please maybe click thumbs up if everyone agrees, and then we'll proceed with the next presentation on commercial awareness and client update.
Karen, just while they're waiting for that, just to reiterate, with an engine room fire, for everybody, be aware, experience is telling us that you have about 30 seconds to actually get out of the engine room if a fire breaks out. So, of course, the critical part for everybody on the ship is to be fully familiar with the ship, making firstly that we prevent the fires, we're making sure there's no oil waste allowed in the engine room, oil leakages, hot surfaces. We've got to make sure that's right. And then, of course, be familiar with the firefighting extinguishers. Make sure that the fire flaps are working, because the CO2 system won't work if the fire flaps are not working. So again, these are the familiarities. So anybody joining the ship should certainly find out where the emergency equipment is, how the emergency equipment works, and making sure it's fully functional. That's got to be your key role as senior officers on a ship, joining them. So God forbid, if it ever needs to be used in anger, you're there, you're familiar with that equipment. You do not want to be reading the instructions by the firelight. It's too late then. So thanks, Karen. That was all I was going to say.
Thank you, John. Everything seems to be awfully quiet. I think we need to hear more from our colleagues, seafarers on the call. So even if it is a comment, gentlemen, please feel free to voice that comment. You've had multiple sessions this morning from the expansion of the V Group Singapore fleet, starting at 39 vessels at 2019 to going up to about 52 vessels by the end of this year. That's good, positive news, right? Do you find that as a good news, happy? What's your reaction? We've had a lot of HSEQ related inputs, environment related inputs. So let's hear something. And then the last part was interesting, where you said you believe 100% of you believe that you empower and you have a kind of environment or culture on board your vessel where everybody speaks up and they don't fear reporting near miss. So let's hear something, right? Let's hear a practical example. Maybe can I request Oleg Kustov? I can see you on the screen. Maybe would you be able to share something with us? Any experience in your career last couple of months or years where some of the junior officers have voiced up any of their concerns or a near miss, or they have kind of challenged you or stopped a job on board your vessel? So maybe if you're okay, Oleg, would you be able to share something with us, if you don't mind? Thank you.
During the last 2 months, I have no any non-conformance on board the vessel with junior officer.
Okay, but when you say non-conformance, do you believe they have reported near misses to you, and have they actively challenged any not so safe practice going on board the vessel, or have you not experienced everything was fantastic when you were on board?
Of course, not everything it was fantastic. It's not possible. All have in fantastic, but we have some how to say, some problem with some crew not understanding also, like not possible to wearing also wedding rings. we received also some some from the company, some notices and reporting all crew, and also give learning for crew, but very difficult to for some crew members to push them like to comply because some people couldn't understand.
Okay, great. Thank you, Oleg, and really appreciate for you. And my apologies to put you on the spot, but it's good that you speak up, right? So thank you for the input. Anybody else? I think Chief Officer Viktor Petrov, maybe if I'm correct, you're Chief Officer, right? Any inputs from you, sir?
Manoj Pandey, sir.
Okay, Manoj Pandey, whoever wants to go. I see Victor is also unmuted. So let's go to Victor first, and then we go to Manoj.
No, in my practice, no any incident like this, and that's why I can say that it's everything okay on my board.
Okay, fine, thank you. Manoj,
Yes, sir.
is your video on? I could not see you. Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just to put the real scenario on board, like we are talking about safety culture and following all procedures very correctly, and but I would like to stress upon the fatigue that especially for a chief officer on chemical tanker. I'm just talking about a month back I signed off from a chemical tanker which was carrying very highly toxic cargo like phenol and other parcels, parcel tanker. And I had to do watch keeping also. I had to maintain a ship in a good way also. I had to look after the cargo also, which is heating is going on, recirculation going on. And while going to discharge port, every next day there is a discharge port, tank cleaning simultaneously. And it was about 10 to 12 days, stretch completely, exhausted. And the two junior officers has to keep 6 on 6 off for 12 days. And in that, I have to perform PMS job like every day, 10 to 15 jobs, which is to be done. I have to take pictures that what is going on and send it to the everyday basis. So I'm not complaining anything. I did it and I'll do again. I've done it before also. But I would request you to imagine the scenario and kind of fatigue that, and I have to maintain the rest hour also very accurately. So I hope you got my point. And without having extra officer, it is next to impossible, but we have to do it. We have to perform it. Otherwise, I'll not be called a good chief officer in a way. So I know how I manage the vessel in last 12 days, especially from Singapore to Taiwan, Taiwan to China, many ports, back to Singapore, loading, discharging, walrus, maintaining the cargo, hitting temperature, recirculation, and cargo like phenol, how it is.
Yep.
I've been doing.
No,
and I did it, sir. I'm not complaining anything.
No, and you raise a very, very valid and important point, Manoj. So rather than me trying to address it, I would let the operations team kind of take this. It's a comment, but also there is kind of a hidden question and a concern there as I feel it. So maybe, I don't know, Mukund or Madhu or Anurag, do you want to pick that one up?
I got my hand up, so I'll take that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little bit faint, Mukund.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for that feedback. And I think you have described a typical situation that happens on board where you have certain operational requirements. So let me make it very clear. And going forward, I would like everybody to follow that, right? So a simple question, would you breach MARPOL? After the conversation that Mike gave and you yourself are saying absolutely no, sir. So why would you breach MLC requirements and work rest hour requirements? This is with the backing of Anurag and the senior management of V Group. I'm telling all of you very clearly, we are not going to breach work rest hours. When you go on board your ship next time, you will not breach work rest hours. Yes, we have to plan. We have to do our best to do what we are supposed to do within the rules. If your work is beyond what you can do by staying within your work rest hours, then you must bring it to the attention of your marine superintendent. The thing that we must do is give a warning to the customer that we may have to stop the ship. We may have to stop operations to give you the rest. Or we have to tell our client that we are in a trade that requires an additional officer, right? So I know that this is a big challenge for most people, but let me be clear, we will back you 100%. If you try your best to do from a planning perspective and from trying to give us enough warning so we can try and work with the client, with the charterers to plan this, the operations. And if we see that we are unable to meet work rest hour regulations, then we will have to go to our clients to say that we have to man up the ship, right? It is not acceptable for you to breach work rest hours. I hope it is clear, and going forward, hopefully you will not be having to deal with this situation. All right?
Okay, sir.
And by the way, in the old days, when we were sailing, if a chief officer stayed awake for 36 hours, the captain said, good job. I hope those days have gone. If a chief officer has to stay awake for 36 hours, it is not a good job. Okay? That is history. No longer we can operate like that. There is too much to risk. If we have an accident and we find that you are in breach of work rest hours, not only you, but up the chain, we are all guilty. So let us not do something that is going to put us in trouble. This is as critical as putting incorrect entry in the oil record book. Think of it that way. Would you do that? No. Why? You can go to jail. Are you going to flog your work rest hours? Absolutely not. Okay? So let's go with that.
Thanks, thanks, Mukund. Just to support that, we have had quite good success with the owners whenever we approach them honestly about the requirement. When we tell them about what their ship is doing and what is needed to be done on ship, that the people, our crew on board is already overworked and is risking, in terms of, and we are taking risk in terms of MLC requirements. Believe me, many owners have been extremely open to support additional manning levels, as long as we come to them transparently, we talk to them honestly, we tell them that we have tried our best, we have managed work and rest our best, we have been supported by our owners. So just to reinforce what Mukund said, absolutely approach us for any issues that you have, and we will come back with a good solution, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Mukund, Anurag. Manoj, you're convinced, right? Very, very clear response, very, very clear message. Hopefully, you are okay with that.
Yes, sir. As it was not complained, I just put my words, whatever I went through on
Absolutely.
both.
No, and that is absolutely good that you brought that up, because let it be a message to everybody on the call that in case sometimes you feel you are dealing with a situation where you are working X number of hours and for some reason you believe you need to do it because it is the need of the hour, please bear in mind that nobody in the business wants you to compromise on MLC work hours. If you have an issue, please flag it, and the team ashore will help you pass through that in a proper manner by planning. And like Mukund said, if for whatever reason, even with good planning, it's not possible, then the next step is to look at additional resources.
Yes, sir. Our final aim is to satisfy the customer and give our best. No cargo contamination, no valve failure, no retention, no detention. So that way we work from our side. But for chemical parcel tanker especially, it should be considered to give an extra officer so that we can perform more better, and we did last ship also, we did everything flawless. No issues, nothing. But for future also, if there's a chemical tanker which is loading many parcels, we need to have some, good extra officer. Like that is my request.
Great. Thank you, Manoj. I'm sure the operations team has taken note of that. Time check. We have just exceeded our Q&A, but I'm happy that at least we had a lot of discussions in this, and hopefully everybody's getting warmed up, and we will have more sessions like this coming up. So with that, I would like to invite Abhishek Asija to take on the next session of commercial awareness and client update. Abhishek, all yours.
Thank you, Sartaj. Thanks. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a good discussion, Anurag, Mukund, and Mr. Manoj Pandey. Good discussion we had. My name is Abhishek, and I'm Commercial Director for V Group. I will be covering the commercial awareness section. This won't be a very long session, so we can move to the next slide, please. All right. We are talking here about V-Ships Singapore fleet. Today, we have got over 50 vessels with 22 unique customers. By far, Singapore holds one of the largest number of customers which are blue chip and extremely critical and important. I'll come to the clientele as we go down in the presentation, but 22 customers from one office is a very unique value proposition we have. This also comes from the fact that Singapore is a preferred location for some of the big banks and owners in the region when they look for support from a good ship manager. In terms of fleet of Singapore today, it's a good mix of tankers, containers, and bulk carriers. And how our clients know us in the market. And this is, I'm sharing with you all the good work that our seafarers do on the ship, how we are known today in the market from charterers, oil majors, banks, and owners. They know V-Ship Singapore for a strong port state control performance and also very good safety records. So thanks to all of you for a great work being done. Since 2020, we have got about 30 vessels entering V-Ships from a lot of blue chip customers. And down below is a small collection of logos of our clients. If you look at it from the VSAG banking clients, left-hand side, ING Bank, one of the largest shipping lending book of $4 billion, Bank of America, another extremely powerful bank, OCBC, it's from Singapore, Korean Development Bank, Credit Agricole from Hong Kong, Standard Chartered. We have got 6 ships from Standard Chartered. We have got about 6 ships from ING today, ICICI, DVB, we have got 3 vessels, ABN AMRO, all are fantastic clients, and DBS is a client that we have just taken over a vessel, and we have got some more in the pipeline that we have to take over in the following month with good support from our colleagues in operations with Mukund and team and crewing, Sartaj on the training side. All of them are supporting us in this growth. On the right-hand side, you see a lot of clients that you will be more used to. Lomar, Interocean, Zodiac from London, BW and Hafnia in Singapore, an extremely blue chip and an important customer. Bull from Indonesia, JP Morgan again in Europe. We have CSL, Tata NYK, JX Ocean in Japan. So a very good mix of clients across the board. This also then adds a lot more responsibility to our teams and also to our operations in terms of customizing our service offering. Each customer or customer's customer, that is the charterer, they may have some peculiar requirements, unique requirements. On the shore side, we do follow customer success plan for every customer, which defines what good looks like when the customer sees it from their eyes. So it could be related to safety of crew, safety of people. It could be related to commercial performance. We do have a lot of KPIs that we manage through ShipSure and also through customer success plan. Can I request the next slide, please? All right. How V-Ship Singapore is preparing for the year ahead. There is an extremely strong and robust pipeline we have for 2021-22. Several opportunities from existing customers, and this is good again because of all the hard work that our seafarers have put in on the ships. We have returning customers like Interocean on the bulk carriers, Kambara on tankers, ING coming back on tankers. We have container opportunities from South America, and Bank of America are already engaging on more chemical ships. So again, I know there are a lot of seafarers from tanker, bulk, and container backgrounds. Thanks to all of you here for all the good work. A recurring customer is always a positive impact on business, but also a very good reflection of our services, as a good service brings our customer closer to V-Ships. In terms of why V-Ship Singapore has been growing so fast, we do have a strong value proposition. What are these blue chip clients expecting? I believe this is covered by Madhu and Mukund and Anurag, perhaps in their slides, but their expectations are very much aligned to our values, to our culture, and also to our customer golden rules that we adopt for the shore staff. So safety excellence is number one for all the blue chip banks. Safety of crew is number one and foremost. Safety of environment, safety of cargo, safety of the vessel. These are all points of number one priority. And as Mukund mentioned very clearly in the question and answer session, some of these are non-compromisable. You have full support from the V-Ships and V-Group team across the board. So please do not hesitate to reach out to the teams in the office if you need any help in terms of safety. Good communication. This is something we already do well from our teams, but something expected from the owners and the charterers, a proactive communication, replying to their queries and their commercial inputs as and when they need. Optimizing commercial performance. This is something we work closely with fleet managers, with the operations. Again, a lot of ships that have been taken over, there is very tight timelines and there is expectation from our customers how the ships can be prepared for the next charter party period or for commercial trading. So we do expect a lot of support and we get it from all our teams who are managing the show. So thanks for that. Trust and transparency. This is again a very high priority. If we do have a challenge, we do have a problem, we do have an issue, we report, we don't hide. And again, it goes with our values. We are open and transparent in building up these relationships. And aligning with the customer, this is very important. If you look at banks and ship owners, their customer or where they get money from is actually the charterer, the traders, the oil majors. And this is something which V-Ships Singapore, but also V-Ships as a company across the regions. We put a lot of focus on building these relationships and managing expectations commercially. Again, a lot of engagement done with the operations team on the ground. So thanks for all the good support and to all the seafarers again who have been leading the operations on the ships. Can I have a next slide, please? How V-Ships Singapore growth has been, it is an extremely impressive journey if we see where we are leading. On the left-hand side, you can see the top graph shows you how the first 4 months have been. And again, a big thanks to our operations, technical training and sea crewing teams. We are taking over one ship on an average a week. Sometimes there are two. There has been a lot of positive engagement and feedback on our good service, good value proposition by the owners. So they have supported us. They have awarded us more business. And you see the graph from January, February, March, and April, it's all growing to almost 5, 3, 4, and 4. If you look at down below, these are some of our customers who have awarded us ships in the last 16 weeks or so. Again, some names which we discussed: OCBC, ING, Bank of America, Development Bank of Singapore, Korean banks, Credit Agricole, Interocean Standard Chartered, KC Maritime, a new customer coming on board. So some fantastic names here, and then again, more responsibility on everybody's shoulder here. I can see something has happened to the presentation. Is it only me?
I think the presentation has gone off, Abhishek. Let's see, Karen will be doing something to put it back on.
It's all right. It's all right. So actually, the good news is I was towards the last slide of my presentation. So more important, the focus from all the clients across the board is on our service delivery and on our safety excellence. So I just want to take a minute to thank everybody on this call, all our seafarers and our teams ashore. You all have done a great job in supporting V-Ships Singapore and V-Group as a company in building where we are. A lot of focus on training and quality. So thanks to all of you. This is your growth. This is your victory. This is V-Ships Singapore growing, and we need more and more good people to stay with us. So thanks everybody. I think I am well within time of 10 minutes, so I'm okay with that. I'm happy to take questions, but happy if we want to get to the next speaker, Sartaj.
No, thanks, Abhishek. I think Karen, maybe internet problem has dropped out of Zoom, so we'll get the presentations flashed up by Pauline quickly. But meanwhile, any questions from anyone for Abhishek right now?
Or anything from you, Anurag? Do you want to mention something on the growth strategy that we have got? Something from you? I think Anurag is on mute. Okay.
No, thanks a lot, Abhishek. I think it was very, very informative for all our seagoing colleagues to see excuse me, on how we engage with our owners and clients and in this extremely challenging situation, right? And as you know, service business is a very competitive business. We often tender for our business where we are competing with some of the big names in the market. And it's not only about the cost, it's also about the performance, about the statistics, safety, oil major ratings, ride-ship ratings that we enjoy as an office, as a DOC office at Singapore, which plays a huge part on how our customer will look at. And believe me, you as our colleagues on board have the biggest role to play on how our business will progress going forward. You have a say in that. You determine on how we perform. The word of mouth by our owner goes a long way in determining what business comes to us. You know, all our owners, as you know, as we all are pretty connected, right? They talk amongst themselves. They talk about V-ships. They talk about other companies, and when we tell them that as a company like V Group, V-ships, who manages more than 1,000 vessels under crew management, more than 600 vessels under technical management, if we can't provide you the solution and the cost and the statistics that you need to do your business, then who can, right? So that's the confidence we go out with on the back of the solid performance, on the back of great achievements that we have had so far. And we have only you to thank for. Right? So we are totally, as I said in my opening, we are totally dependent on you on our service performance and also how our owners will see us and how the market will see us. And as I said, in last 2 years, we have had quite a good success in turning around the perception about how the owners were looking at V-ships, right? So we are, as Abhishek mentioned, as you have seen, as you have heard before, we are in the growth trajectory, not only as a company in Singapore, but as a V Group, because we are seen as a company which has transformed itself into what really the market likes, right? So our opposition, our competitors are talking about us, and many of them are trying to copy the model, copy the you know, what we have rolled out on our fleets. But seafarers are our biggest assets. What do a service company offer to our clients except from the resources that we have at our disposal? And with 44,000 seafarers in our pool, which we can confidently you know, commit to our owners in deploying on their fleet, experienced, well-trained seafarers. That's our biggest plus point, and that's where that's what our owners like, and we have this discussion just to together to confirm to you that we are really grateful that you support us in the way we do, in the way you do, and we would like to continue working with you in order to achieve further improvements. We are not perfect. We always want to improve, right? And we do it together. So once again, thank you, Abhishek, for a good presentation. Very motivating, great to hear. And unless somebody has a question, we could move to the next one. I see that Pauline is back online, so we could, unless you have a question, we could move to Mafizul Ruyan, who is our senior fleet superintendent, and would like to present to you his points. As I said, we really appreciate, we really value your questions, your contribution, your comments, and during we are still progressing. We are probably close to halfway mark, or will soon be. But we are looking forward to having more comments and discussions with you. Thanks again, everyone.
Thanks, Anurag.
Karen, you could go ahead. You have the control now. We could present our next speaker, next presenter.
Yeah, Mafizul, it's all yours. The floor is yours. Can you please step on your presentation? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Abhishek, for a very motivating presentation. I hope our seafaring colleagues will like it, and we also equally liked it. And we want success, and we want to speed up the success rate in future. So, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Today, my topic is technical operations, like budget and how we procure things, purchasing. So, with a brief description about myself is, I'm a marine chief engineer. I sailed about 11 years on both different types of ship. Last 4 contract was as chief engineers. In 2001, I switched to ashore. My first job was as a lecturer to one of the maritime institutes. Then I joined another container feeder company as a technical superintendent. In 2004, I have relocated to Singapore, joined one of the tanker company, Ocean Tankers, as a technical superintendent. Later, I was promoted to senior superintendent, and then in 2012 as a technical manager, same company. Due to this financial situation of the company, as we all know in Singapore, I had to change job, and I had joined V-Ships as a senior fleet superintendent in October last year. That's a brief description about me. So let's go to the next page, slide, Ms. Karen. So basically, this afternoon, I will try to cover the budget planning, purchasing process and best practice, requisition life cycle, recognition, effective planning and process exceptions. Then some points for our seafaring colleagues to note when they raise the requisition, then understanding the process of order receipt, confirmation of delivery and quality, and finally, some discussion about the partial deliveries. Next slide, please. So budget, how we do the budget? Normally we prepare the budget for the next year for the operating expenses. Basically, we try to map out what are the maintenance we need to do in the following year. What are the survey requirement is there, any new regulation coming or not, the owners any specific requirement or not, any upgradation, any trading pattern. Then all these requirement, all this for this budget, we map out all these requirement. Also, it has to comply with the V-Ships ship management agreement and the Marcus agreements. So ship and shore have to work hand in hand to achieve the best workable budget, considering all these above points. And to achieve this budget and cost balance, we need to proactively plan for ordering spare parts well ahead of time, so that the extra cost for the freight or different deliveries, or we can have all these supplies in a major ports, which will give us very good cost benefit. And then we can maximize our resources in a very useful purpose, minimizing the resource for the freight cost and other ancillary charges, which is of not very useful purpose. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to show you one example of how a budget is planned and how a budget is chalked out. Like we can see our operating budget, one ship, I'm giving one example. This ship also, I'm the in charge of that vessel. We have recently taken over that vessel into our fleet. It's a small chemical tanker. So our operating cost per year is 1.6 million. Our technical cost is $353,000. So how we maximize with this technical cost? Meaning, if I can utilize that money for all the item I need, then I will be able to do a very good justice to my budget. So that's what I want our seafaring colleagues to think about it and make sort of a consolidation, very well planned requisition process, so that we can maximize our resources. Next slide, please. Okay. So now I want to touch base a little bit on this purchasing process. This purchasing process actually consists of many stakeholders, like our ship staffs. They will have to raise the requisition in a very appropriate manners, timely manners. And the fleet procurement side has to source the item in proactive manner from the best possible source. And fleet superintendent will review and approve. He's always have to make a very good balance of how much money he has and how much he has to approve. And the finally supplier have to commit into his best price, quality, and time. So we don't compromise in the 5 rights. We always tell the 5 rights are the right quality, right quantity, right price, right source, and the right place and time. If we can achieve that, we will definitely have the maximization of our resources. So we always have to, all the stakeholders have to try best towards achieving that goal. Can you go to next slide, please? So the process what I have just explained in the previous slide, I want to show it in the sort of graphical manner. So vessel will raise the requisition, then they will send to the office, and there is some exceptions. Vessel can do some direct purchasing, superintendent also can do some direct purchasing. That are the exceptions of the rule, which I will be explaining in my later slides. Those exceptions basically for the safety related, commercial related, and the urgent operation needs related matters. So where we tend to exclude our normal process. So then the fleet procurement section will do the quotation. Then the superintendent and fleet procurement section again will do the analysis and then authorization. And if this authorization limit is superintendent limit is exceeded, he has to seek the higher authority. Then the procurement section will place the purchase order, then arrange delivery, match invoice, and approve the invoice. Then if everything is going right, then accounts, and it will be ready for paying the bill to the suppliers. Next, please. So few points to ponder for this purchasing best practices. Normally spares parts, ship can ask anytime, but one thing ship have to think, those I explained to in my previous slides, that the ship staff have to check what are the due maintenance and what for the particular year. we have to do, and he has to plan. Also, he has to give sufficient time, because some equipment, some machinery may have the very long lead time. So he has to order in such a way that the maintenance is not becoming overdue. The preventive maintenance is not becoming overdue for the lack of the spare parts. Sometimes we have to, in our ship shore, we have to approve the rescheduling of some maintenance work. I can see some reason for lack of spare parts. So this planning, we have to be very proactive so that we can plan right at the very first place, so that we don't have to repeat all this. Then combine the spares, and we try to avoid the small order. Sometimes, if we consider one single order, small order, the cost for that particular order is 100. Each requisition is normal average administrative cost is about $175. So we have to try to minimize these requisitions. And also on the ship, we have to check that we have our minimum stocks on board always at all time. Next slide, please. Stores, loops, chemicals, paints, gases, all these consumable items we have to raise in quarterly manner every 3 months. But for the loops, we have to also maintain that we have our BMS policy, what is the minimum loop we have to keep for a particular each of the systems, and we have to keep that minimum stock at all time. Then port activities, communicate your port planning in advance in the ship shore. Please, port planning have to be updated regularly so that we always can have the best port in terms of supplying arrangement, in terms of getting the best price, in terms of getting the maximization of our resources. So those exception of the rule, what I have been mentioning earlier, this is the safety related services and supplies of services which directly impact the commercial viability of the vessel, critical service of or item generated by breakdown or the emergency situation, request for navigation or communication services like radar, navigation equipment repairs, then urgent lubrication oil requirements. Next slide, please. So that's what I have mentioned, that average cost for the company to processing each vessel requisition is about $125. So the low value order we have to avoid and we have to consolidate. So consolidation is always a key so that we can avoid unnecessary administrative cost. Then the completeness of the information from the ship's requisition. I'll be showing some samples, what we mean by completeness of the information, what we want from the ship staff, so that any requisition can be processed without any undue delays and without any unnecessary to and fro communication from the ship and the office. Next one, please. Yeah, so this is one example of what we mean by a complete requisition. So for example, ship is asking for some spare parts for one specific equipment. So if the ship staff give us the ship's hull number, the equipment number, equipment type, equipment maker, equipment serial number, and all the parts number in total, then it is very easy or very convenient for the purchaser to source for the item. No need to ask for, no need to send for the another inquiry to the ship staff for giving more information. So if we can get from the very first time all this required information correctly, then we will be able to quicken the requisition process or the supply process. Next slide, please. So this is another new feature in our ship shore. In the ship shore, when you raise the RL, there is some tabs like notes and attachment. You can actually attach the drawing, attach the sketch, dimensions, and also write down any additional notes, which will be helpful for the purchaser to procure the correct item. Next slide, please. Okay, so once the delivery is given, the ship's responsible officer have to check the quality and quantity, which is as per his specification, what he has ordered, what we have. We want to make the apple to apple comparison. What we spend for, we want to get exactly the same item. We don't want to get any substandard item or in the quality, and also we don't want to lose out in the quantity of the item. So these goods and services should be in such a quality that it will suit the purpose and it will be exactly same item what has been asked for. Then this prompt confirmation, when we give this confirmation, then we can monitor any case of non-delivery or poor quality and pay our supplier in time and keep the procurement system clean, enable focus on the priority to be given in the other genuine items. So that's what after you receive the item, please give a very good feedback also about the quality and quantity of the items. Next slide, please. Yeah. So I'm almost in ending of my presentation. This is the partial delivery. So sometimes the suppliers cannot supply all the items in one requisitions. So sometimes for our requirement, we tend to agree also that whatever X stock you have the items, you try to supply first. So in that scenario, we normally can allow this partial delivery. But in normal circumstances, normally we also have a KPI in our ship-shape Power BI. We cannot have more than 2 partial delivery in each vessels. So this one also we have to be very careful. We try to get the maximum full delivery, and we try to avoid this partial delivery. But sometimes it is unavoidable also. I think I am almost in my presentation. Thank you very much for your hearing.
Thank you, Mafizol.
Yeah.
Mafizol, we have a few questions in the, I think we have one question in the chat box.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So the question is from Dimitri Agibalo.
Mm-hmm.
IMPA edition are you using?
Mm-hmm.
So that's his question. And is any PC version of IMPA?
No, IMPA is the IMPA code. You know, all the book we have the IMPA code, right?
Yeah, Mafizul. So the question is, what edition are we using of IMPA? And if there is an electronic version of IMPA available on board the vessels on a PC or anything, or are we just using the physical book?
Yeah, we can give the electronic version also to the ships. But I have seen some ships using the book version also.
Yes, hello. Yeah, my question is about IMPA, because on my previous vessel is IMPA 5. It's very old version, and inside the book, no new components regarding bridge, computer equipment. So this means we can't provide the correct IMPA code.
Yes, you can always request your superintendent in charge to supply you the latest IMPA code.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Our current edition is 7th edition we are using. And this is now I think we are it is in a process of incorporated in our purchasing system. Is it clear?
Yeah, that's clear, because no, my vessel is 5 old.
Yeah, because maybe it was continuing from the very last time. So you have to update and you have to ask for the latest version.
Okay.
The current version is in the 7th.
And our resident shipshore expert, Captain Mehrotra, has just told me that the IMPA is being incorporated in shipshore. So that will help the ship staff to order directly. So you will have this within shipshore.
Yes, sir.
Mofizul, the next question is, what is the correct procedure if items received are incorrect or poor quality?
Yes, immediately the ship have to report it to the respective superintendent and the fleet procurement officer. Then we will take up that matter with the supplier, and we'll either we return or we try to get the replacement immediately for that item.
Lori, that answers your question?
Hello? Okay, I got the answer that yes, it is here. Thank you very much.
Madhu, do you have anything to close out?
Any more questions, please?
Yeah, doesn't seem to be any more questions pertaining to this. I don't know if Abhishek is still on the call. There was one question that was missed out where there was a specific question on why are we only getting vessels from banks. So I'm not sure if Abhishek is on the call, or maybe Anurag wants to take that one.
Hello, that question was from me, sir, Chief Engineer Satyendra Shah. And though we understand the shipping situation, but is it reflecting of some kind of shift in our financial situation of shipping? Because of that, only renowned bankers are giving us the ship, not the renowned ship owning company as such?
Okay.
In the absence of Anurag or Abhishek, I'll try and answer that. So it's a combination of factors that is causing this. So we have also taken over a few ships which are non-banking entities, but a lot of the current increase in fleet size happens to be because of the company OTPL, Ocean Tankers, which is basically filing for bankruptcy, and all their ships which have been financed by the banks. Now the banks are getting control of that. So it is a business opportunity for us to try and get the management of those ships as much as possible. So sometimes you have this opportunity that you have to go for, and that's what it is. And of course, so in Abhishek's presentation, if you remember, he had separated the sort of customer base into banking and non-banking. And we have also got a few customers on the non-banking side, but banking seems to be a lot more right now because of the current opportunity. There is no,
yes.
So that's the reason. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir. Very clear. Thank
you. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mukund, for picking that one up. I see there is another question from Nikolai. EGDIS don't have shore-based annual testing by manufacturer in PMS, while new patches is issued and some of them required software upgrade. Maybe Mafizul, this one is targeted to you. Would you like me to repeat the kind of question or statement?
No, this one is ECDIS annual servicing or annual, we call it annual performance testing by the ECDIS maker. We in our fleet, so far what I know in the vessel I am operating, like we have the E-Globe and we have the Wärtsilä. Both the maker has got their annual performance test program. So we do annually that one by the makers. So that's why it is done by the shore staff. That's why it is not included in a ship PMS system.
But I think Nikolai raises a point here, and maybe can you please take a note for us to follow up? If something is being done on an annualized basis due to maker's instructions, it should still be in the PMS.
Okay, sir. We take it. Take note of this, and we will.
Thank you, Nikolai, for bringing that up. We will.
Yeah.
We will.
But
go
normally, APT is done by the makers.
Yes.
Okay, great. There is another one from Alexei. Consumable order, which is created every 3 months. What is the maximum total cost of this requisition allowed?
This one is depending on the vessel size and vessel type and the owner size and owner type. Normally, for the consumable, if we tell I have the one full year, I have $10,000 budget. So every quarter I can spend $2,500. So that's what this budget has to be related to the vessel. We have to discuss, we have to work hand in hand so that our order and the budget quantity is matching. We have a KPI also. We have to maintain about 3% plus minus. We cannot overspend, or we also cannot bust our budget in very long way.
Okay, great. I don't see any more questions in the chat field. In case you think of something, please continue to type in and we will pick up those questions in the last part of the day today. Last session is like a total sum up Q&A, about 15-20 minutes. So please keep on typing your messages. For the moment, we will break for about 45 minutes. We will resume our session sharp 1800 hours Singapore time, which is Ukraine time 12:15. No, sorry, Ukraine time would be 1300. And then India time will be 15:30. So just make a note, you have it in the agenda as well. Anybody calling in from UK, if at all, which I don't think is the case, will be 11 a.m. and Singapore 1800 hours sharp. So we will resume at that time with crewing operations presentations. So Karen, can we have the timer on, and we will see you back sharp in about 41 minutes. Thank you very much. Get some refreshers and we will see you soon. Thank you.
एक्सीडेंट लगा ना इसी थोड़ा देर।
Thanks, everyone, and we are back. I suppose you all are now ready for the next session.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon all. I'm not sure if Sartosh will be speaking before I start.
No worries, no worries.
Not,
that's fine, Anna. No, please go ahead. Please go ahead with your presentation, Anna. Thanks a lot.
If not, I'll go ahead. Karen, I believe it's you changing the slides. Okay. My name is Anna. I'm working currently here at V-Ships in Singapore. I joined V-Ships last October, so I'm fairly fresh in comparison to my colleague who spoke previously. I've been working in shipping for 12 years now, almost, and this is the fourth company that I am working in currently at. Karen, I trust you will be changing the slides as I go along. I have 20 minutes. I hope not to saturate my presentation too much with words and slides. The topics are a general introduction, of course, the COVID updates, mental well-being, a topic that's already been spoken about, the new performance appraisal system, and the V-Ships phone application. Okay. Okay, I see that my presentation is not as I've intended to be, nicely with sliding and appearing images. Okay, so this is the organizational chart for the crewing in Singapore. However, we only have 3 colleagues here in Singapore. So this is Ajit, who leads the department, my colleague Sarah, and myself. And we have 6 planning managers assisting us with the full management vessels. This is Dennis and Novo, Alex is in Riga, Anand in the Mumbai office, Pawan in Mumbai office, Olga in St. Petersburg, and Svetlana in St. Petersburg. And I hope you can recognize either your previous ship or your next ship on the lineup there. And of course, I hope you know your planning managers also. That is, if you already have your ship lined up. Karen? Okay, my presentation will be, of course, crewing centered. However, I am pleased to see that a number of topics have already been mentioned by my colleagues from the start of today's presentation. This only demonstrates how interconnected all our aspects of operations are. So even though it's crewing, it very much ties in with the bigger picture of our operations of V-Ships. Let's start with the COVID-19 updates with the onshore and onboard implementation measures. Ashore, we've introduced the CCCC, the COVID-19 Crewing Command Center, in response to the COVID pandemic. This team has been set up within crew management, and they ensure that crew operations continue, safe manning of vessels continue, and they help to maintain the safety of seafarers who are joining the vessels and of course who are returning to vessels. The main task of this team is to collect and disseminate information that relates to travel restrictions and of course also opportunities for crew changes. So which ports and which countries allow us to perform crew reliefs and crew changes, flag state and regulatory information, crewing office status and local regulation. And this is also based from the on-the-ground feedback from all colleagues in our global offices. Next item in the onshore group there, it's the various individual countries that have implemented their own specific regulation. So of course, as the pandemic continues, every country adjusts to the prevailing situations. Prior any travel of the crew, big from the ship or to the ship, the crewing office will ensure that the seafarer is following the rules of the intended destination and of course of the transit airport and transit country if applicable. And we please ask for your cooperation on this. And there's various regulations implemented, of course, by V-Ships as well as our in-house procedures and by the your destination port. So please keep that in mind and observe everything that your crewing office asks you to. This of course includes quarantine, PCR testing, and any other medical forms or documentation that would be required. So the third point there is the mandatory PCR testing prior joining. And last but not least is the risk assessment. So every crew change has a detailed risk assessment that's being discussed in-house. We of course have the process and the relevant form for this. And it's then approved by the crew management partner, the fleet manager, and finally signed off by the managing director. Only then the crew change will take place. Moving to the onboard measures, as part of our commitment to protecting our colleagues, of course, as well as seafarers on board, V-ships have contracted Future Care. This is an advisory service for medical. They provide our vessels with remote medical advice, and the event anyone on board shows COVID-19 symptoms or flu-like symptoms. The response is very prompt, and they provide very comprehensive response and advice. So I hope you've seen that posters or notification that are available on board. We also have support tools available that is outside of the COVID symptoms, but nonetheless equally important. And while there's a heightened focus on mental well-being due to the pandemic, I don't think we should lose sight of it when things return to normalcy. And I'm glad that Captain Madhu has already raised it at the beginning of the seminar, the importance of mental well-being and the tools available to the seafarers on board. One of the available programs and services is the ComSec. It was launched in April last year. So I'm hoping that you have been on board in the last year and a month, and you've seen posters on board, or you've seen leaflets of the service being available to you. It's free of charge, it's confidential. We don't have any visibility whatsoever of what's being discussed and who's contacting the service provider. So you can feel free and discuss whatever you'd like to from your personal or shipboard issues for that matter. It's a telephone and chat console link with experienced counselors. So please do use that if you feel the need, or if you see anyone on board would benefit from that. On the office sites, again, there's weekly COVID crew change updates. This will be sent from your planning manager on board the vessel to the master, and it's usually at the end of Friday. So at the closure of the week, your dedicated planning manager would send you an overview of the upcoming crew changes. And this goes now to the masters, but of course, everyone on board, please see it as a two-way communication. So we would ask you for your input, feedback, or ideas on the crew changes that are being presented to you. And of course, planning managers would discuss this in-house, and we will see and explore all the possible opportunities for relieving crew. Needless to say, we'll still need to maintain high levels of safety and risk mitigation. So I understand at times there is support, but it's not possible to conduct a crew change. So we please ask for your understanding on this. It's not because we don't want to, it's because we really cannot, or the regulations do not allow us to proceed with a crew change in a particular port. Okay, Karen, could we go to the next slide, please? Okay, this is just a summary of the onshore and onboard measures. So the CCC center, and the precautions are location specific to each country. That might be your home country, so the airport you're taking off from, as well as the destination and the port of crew change. COVID testing, risk assessment done before the crew change takes place, and it's being reviewed in-house. And there's also an orientation session that you should be attending before you fly out from home. And this is of course done virtually and will be arranged by your mobilization team or by the planning manager. Next slide, please, Karen. Okay, on board, just a summary of what was already on the previous slides. This is to connect PPE and COVID rapid test kits to the vessels. This should be maintained on board, and if there's a need for further PPE, please get in touch with the fleet cell, and they'll provide it at the next possible ports. Future Care, ComSec as the mental well-being support, and the COVID crew changes from your planning team. Of course, updates from the senior management of V-ships that will go on board to our seafarers. And of course, the communication that you have with us and crewing and with your technical teams. Next slide, Karen. Okay. Just a few more measures on board. I'm sure you're aware of if you have been on board in the last year. Twice daily temperature checks and reporting of high temperature. And we request also to have a logbook on board with all the visitors so that we can track if anyone that has visited the vessel has contracted COVID. We can put the measures on board. Next one, Karen. Okay. I thought it's important to give you an update of the crew changes we've carried out in the last year, and this is from March last year till date. Maybe just to visualize it, even though there's definitely been a reduction in crew changes and we are hindered by many restrictions in different countries, we still persevere and we do implement crew changes and affect them as much as we can. We look at the crew relief and we see how we can have the crew change happen on our vessels. So this is just a visualization that the crew changes take place. And next slide, Karen. And this is to visualize also in the last year, so from March to date, the number of signers and non-signers. This is particularly to our managed vessels here in Singapore. And the top ports, of course, the ports go on. As you can see, there's a sliding scale that's not reflected on the slides, but just to show which are the countries that we affect crew changes. And the most Singapore being, of course, the top port here for us. Karen, if you can move to the next slide. Okay, just nationality spread. And in case you're wondering which nationalities, which colleagues are predominant in our managed vessel. So it's a Filipino, Ukrainian, and Russian colleagues going into Indian, Chinese, and then a split of different nationalities. Okay. I just wanted to come back to the mental well-being. I know I've mentioned it in the previous slide and Captain Madhu has also mentioned it. I just wanted to stress the importance of it and wanted to emphasize that it's as important as your physical well-being, as your medical checkups. So we encourage you to help us destigmatize it. And if you require any support, please seek the assistance, or if you think anyone from the vessel needs support, and you can just provide them with the numbers or with the available programs. And this is, of course, outside of COVID as well. It's not just particularly for the pandemic situation. Karen, if we can move to the, okay. I'm not going to talk about the slide, but I thought maybe it's worth if you note down the website there, the seafarerswelfare.org. If you'd like to have more information or more sources available to you, especially maybe to the masters and the senior officers on board who can then guide your crew on board and provide further support if you think that that's crucial for the ship, or if you feel any crew members would benefit from those resources. Okay. Next item, it's half COVID, half update on our sites. So of course, face-to-face meetings have been minimized. We urge you, or we ask you to minimize the social interactions and stay at home and adhere to your country's implement regulations. So this is the best time to move to our digital solutions. The very seminar is of course virtual, and normal times would have face-to-face. We enjoy our social breaks and then chatting over a coffee. With this in mind, Karen, we can move to the next slide and introduce everyone to our VCrew app. I had a different slide here. I think my presentation has not been updated. Anyhow, you can get it from your any device. It doesn't have to be an iPhone. You just go to your app store and type in VCrew or V-ships. This little application should come up. And I think, Karen, maybe it would be good if we could have a quick poll now to our colleagues here, seafaring colleagues, if they have an app or not. Just a yes or no. Karen, do you think we can create a quick poll? The little click yes or no, just to keep everyone awake and clicking.
Can put that, Anna, just give us a minute.
Okay, all right.
Continue, and then we'll just flash it on the screen once it's ready.
Okay, all right, good. So the application, okay, I can see yes already in the chat box. So the application will definitely provide you with an updating function on your personal details. But most importantly for us from the office side is it would give us your readiness to join LegShip. So I encourage you, I see the yes popping, okay. I encourage you to have a look at the app, update your details, check all the functions there, and make sure that you update your next readiness to join. This will really help your planning manager and your mobilization team on that, as well as with the missing trainings, additional documentation that needs to be done. So if you could please have a look at the VCrew Connect application. Okay, Karen, I don't think we need a poll. It's all yes in our chat box here. Okay, all right, then we can move to the next slide. This is just a wrap up on the Crew application. You can plan your next assignments. This is crucial for our mobilization teams and planning teams. And again, it's a very good tool now to avoid face-to-face interaction with your shore office and communicate with them through phones, emails, and the application to give you the latest updates. Okay, if we can go to the next slide. The last update I have from the crewing side is the new performance appraisal system. We think it's prudent then in the 21st century we have a fully structured and digitalized appraisal system for the crew on board. The new system is structured, it's consistent for all seafarers, and it's based on dialogue and feedback. So it's a 360 really, rather than the usual end of contract or mid-contract performance. The process is used to identify the training development needs of the seafarers on board, but also will help us in next assignment and promotion planning. And of course, at the end of the cycle, the planning manager will go through the final appraisal system with the seafarer before they join, to ascertain that everything is in line, all the trainings have been completed, and there is nothing outstanding for the next contract. Just to quickly go through the 3 parts. The first step is the first meeting on board. We'd like it to be within the 48 hours, but no later than 7 days from the first joining of the crew. And this is where you can discuss the expectation of the contract and align on this. Second is the midterm feedback, just to follow up on how things have been going, how is the performance, if anything needs to be aligned or discussed further. And of course, to motivate the seafarer and to show maybe what the good sides are or where there's any fallback to be corrected. Lastly, and most importantly, is the final meeting on board, the evaluation meeting. This is to be conducted within preferably 1 week before the seafarer signs off. This is where the seafarer's own performance is compared and discussed against the expectations and the evaluation of the appraiser. And this touches upon the expectations and the goals and objectives set at the very first meeting. And currently, if we can go to the next slide. So the performance will be assessed against those 6 values there: company focus, technical capability, safety and environment, teamwork, communication and influencing, and leadership. So these are the categories to be assessed against at the final meeting. And there is the performance scale that gives you a 6 option scale from outstanding through capable to unacceptable. And once this is of course finalized, this will be passed to the office and will be closely looked at the planning team for further evaluation or further planning and assessment of needs and trainings. I can see my time is up, and I can finish my presentation with this slide. Thank you, Karen.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Maybe I will step in now pretty quickly. There is a 10 minutes Q&A session allocated immediately after this. So lines are open, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open, time for you to ask questions. I think this would be one of the most important kind of sessions from a seafarer perspective to really understand what's happening, COVID, when am I going to join shape, different things. So let's crack on with the questions. Anna, first question you can see there is about the cadet program. I don't know, Dimitri, can you specify a little bit more in terms of what do you want to know about the cadet program, and then we can perhaps try to address it more appropriately.
Yeah. No, I start to work with the ships as a cadet in the ships Norway. In the ships Norway, I know that there are cadet program. What about the ships Asia? Do you plan?
Okay, maybe I can take that on behalf of crewing. So the cadet program is managed centrally by Sujit Vaidya, who sits in India, and this is part of the workforce development management team within the crewing department. So because it has been created as a central function, there is a strategy being worked upon. There is a strategy based on different nationalities, obviously depending on which owner, which fleet accepts what nationality of seafarers as junior officers as well as senior officers. And then depending on that, cadets would be enrolled into the group. So a structured process is being created. I have to say the strategy has not yet been finalized and signed off. So far, it is still a little bit random that depending on requirement and client, cadets are indeed being hired, whether it is in India, in the Philippines, in Ukraine, Russia. We still continue to do that, but a little bit more structure will be placed in the next couple of months. Hopefully that answers your question, Dimitri.
No, yeah, I understand. No, the idea is cadet on board is very useful, and no, it will be a very good helper to crew.
Yes, indeed. So from a V Group perspective, we are pitching to the clients to budget for at least one cadet in deck and one in engine, because even for V Group perspective, that is the pipeline. If we can start grooming officers from the cadet time, inculcate the right culture in them, safety culture, then they become good junior officers and eventually take up leadership positions within the organization. So thank you for asking that question. Rest assured, full focus on that.
Okay, thank you.
Anna, one question from Dinesh Yadav. Is COVID vaccination compulsory for joining? No vaccination means no job.
I see there is a repeated questions about PCR testing and vaccinations. Yes, if a vaccination is available in your home country, you can register to it, or if there is a priority for seafarers in where you reside, we do encourage you to have the vaccination, protect yourself, protect your families, and of course, consequently, your colleagues on board and everyone you can come in contact with. As a group, as a company, we don't have a program of vaccinations yet. As you've seen globally in the news, there's numerous companies offering vaccinations, and there are being withdrawn, there's being trials and then retrials. So there is not a program rolled out by V-ships to vaccinate every seafarer. We ask you to follow the requirements in your home country. We've introduced a form or a tick in ShipSure that if you do have vaccination, this will be ticked. And we hope to see more and more as the countries roll out the vaccinations within them. PCR testing will still be required regardless of the vaccination. Maybe just to give you an example from a Singapore resident, even if you're a resident in Singapore and you're vaccinated here by the government, you're still asked to have a PCR test prior arrival and upon arrival. So you can imagine this will not likely be changed anytime soon, maybe not only in Singapore, but in other countries. It is still an added and protective measure, so I think it's very good to know and have the PCR test in place before things normalize and before we all vaccinated and the vaccinations are proven to be fully effective.
Thank you, Anna.
But just to ask this, no vaccination, no job. No, we will not refuse employment to non-vaccinated seafarer. We understand that vaccinations are not available in every country.
Okay, thank you. Another question from Manoj is Indian vaccinated crew accepted in other countries? So I guess it's a question in terms of right now with the given situation, are Indian seafarers allowed to join vessels in other countries? Maybe more.
So this is for a new development, and in Singapore this came about last week, and then more countries follow. Speaking from the Singapore's perspective, no, they do not differentiate between a vaccinated, non-vaccination person, and it's the country they're coming from and the country they spent the last 14 to 21 days. So vaccination doesn't seem to play much of a role here. I think we need to look at country by country, and I'm not maybe talking about Indian nationals here or people coming from India. I remember seeing requirements, for example, from Georgia. If a Georgian national is coming to Georgia vaccinated, they do not require quarantine in a home country. So there's different requirements locally. But when it comes to vaccination of crew, I'm not sure if that plays any part at this stage. It's more of the country that you've been residing for the last couple of weeks that really plays a role.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any more questions, gentlemen? Okay, I see another one flashing. Mental health. Okay, we talk a lot about mental health, connection with family at work, especially huge part of the health, especially during COVID situation in the world. But a lot of ships do not have Wi-Fi, internet, email only. We do have some way and steps to improve this part. Okay, so I guess this is more what is that? Mental well-being, yes, but it's also the kind of support in the general welfare of the team on board. It's I guess a lack of internet. I'm not sure, Anna, whether this is for you or maybe more Mukund.
Yeah, I'll take that. So, Roman, I couldn't agree with you more. And if I had my way, every ship would be fitted with VSAT, and there would be some arrangements for the crew to have access to it. Sadly, we have to struggle with certain clients who want to only have FBB. So our challenge is to get them on site to get the VSAT installed, and that is the intent. We are also rolling out, MS Teams kind of speakerphone, gadget, which will help communication on board where you can comfortably speak to the families. So I think this is something that I can't give you a straight answer whether we are going to move towards that. Management's intention is to provide connectivity to families, to sea staff to connect to their families, and we will do as much as we can considering the restrictions and restraints. Sounds like a politically correct answer, but this is the fact. If we had our way and we had the funds, you would have VSAT on all the ships and you would be able to speak to the family. But that's not the reality.
Sartaj and Mukund, is Ajit here? May I come in?
Yeah, Ajit.
Yes. No, very good question. Just to share facts, that we have a challenging client, and I think we should not refrain from naming. So it's one client, 4 vessels where we don't have at the moment, but otherwise all the vessels we have. Just to share. Yes, and of course the packages vary, and there is a limitation from different clients, and we can anytime go and extend those. But one client, 4 vessels at the moment for out of VSAG fleet.
Okay. Thank you, Ajit. Anna, there's another one pertaining to health insurance. Would you like to take that question?
Using the opportunity of Ajit being here, I think he is more familiar with the other owner. So if I can ask him for input to the medical insurance.
Yep. Ajit, do you see the question? So basically it's about health insurance. Please advise why it depends on the owner, and perhaps why doesn't V Group support in this manner?
Okay. Yes, Sartaj and everybody. Sorry, I can't see it is from who, but yes, a good question.
Saiful Islam.
Saiful Islam, yes. So again, a very good question, yes. But how our systems were structured, everything has a cost and a budget. So at the moment, we have a program which is called Senior Officers Partnership, and it has a certain criteria where it falls, where a person would fall in if he's been with us for so many years, senior, well performing. Yeah. So we get their families get this medical packages. Mostly, we will have it included in the budgets agreed with the owner. So wherever it is agreed, those people will have that facility. Again, few customers where they don't agree, and in our it could be 2 clients, yeah, because of the total budgeted figure. So what happens when they don't agree? Then there is a discontinuity for the seafarer or the family not having it. But otherwise, this medical benefit package is available for seniors. Yeah, of course, it's not there for everybody. So that is the rationale. And again, as Mukund said, yes, we would love to have it for everybody, but we do not have it have that structure at the moment.
Thank you, Ajit. One final question, maybe we can take very quickly. This seems to have already been addressed. This is from Randeep Singh. Is there a program in place for vaccination of onboard crew, especially in case somebody is found COVID positive?
No, in case we have a crew member that's been confirmed as COVID positive on boards, we have very stringent procedures to be implemented for the ship staff. As it was mentioned in the earlier talk by Anurag, crew on that particular vessel actually tested twice for PCR. So we will bring that ship to a port where we can. We offer the assistance there. We have the crew PCR tested. If any crew members needs, we'll offer remote medical assistance at the onset, and then of course, shore assistance as soon as possible if urgent. But negative, there would not be a vaccination rolled out for the crew member on board this ship, at least not as of now.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, I think we will stop there with the Q&A. However, if you have any further questions, please type them in and we will pick them up towards the last part of the sessions today. So thank you very much, Anna. Moving along, I would like to invite Prem Chand to come and give us a fleet operation update. Prem, over to you, please.
Hi, Sartaj, can you confirm I'm audible enough?
Yes, indeed, can hear you, but can't see you yet. Yeah, okay, now is good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch. And now it's we are heading to coffee break, another one. So yeah, it's me, Prem Chand Singh, fleet manager with V Ships. Earlier, I was with Salandia Ship Management, a total carrier at sea, about 15 years, that you can see on the slides. And types of the vessels, SOBOs, product chemical tankers, and ashore management team helping for the oil tankers, gas tankers. There is a background, I think you can move to everyone. Thanks. And container ships and bulk carriers. So this very brief about me. Next slide, please. Yeah, I'm going to just cover a very practical aspect of the whole thing, what we do in our daily lives on board and ashore as an office support to you. And we consider ship staff and support team and one team, and we want always you to help us to help you in many ways, which I will cover in the coming up slides from here. So basically, the goal remains. It has been told right from the beginning in the opening meeting, seminar by Captain Anurag, our CEO Mukund, and operational. The performance what we have also shown in a great deal of how we have performed in the last year, which has been recognized as an excellent operational performance in 2020 on all KPIs. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the flawless service delivery. It may be sounding a little bit not very often told to you, but definitely we do discuss through our meetings and also through a virtual before joining the briefings to senior officers. So straightforward, the very first point is LTI. We do not want any injury and we want everyone to come back home safe. So stay safe on board, come back safe home. Everyone waiting for you at home safely. So it's very important, and then follows the other KPIs where each one has got a great deal of help by in a way of carrying out the maintenance on board, daily monitoring of machineries, or whether it's carrying out, assisting with the third-party preparations for the inspections and the vetting of the PSC. So this all goes towards the flawless service delivery we aim for. One of the most important topic is also is something called the cost-effective management. So cost-effective management only comes up when you take ownership of things, remain safe on board, make sure that there is no downtime, make sure that the turnaround time in the ports during the operations is minimum. There are no unplanned off-hires. And dry docking is one of the most sensitive issues and quite a high cost items, which we need to be very mindful of. And dry dock preparations and specifications preparations are one of the paramount things to have a successful docking, which again, it adds to the customer's flawless service delivery. I will again cover a little bit more how we will go about it and plan it so that we have a successful docking. Next slide, please. Yeah, so how we achieve those flawless delivery is we have our, the group has identified, and we are driven in a true sense by these strategic pillars. So for anything we do strategize. So this is what you see, the strategic 5 pillars here: asset management, people management, customer service, risk management, and cost management. So these are basically, if you look at each one of them, these are basically customer centric and vessel focused. These two things are keeping our job, your job, our job. How I will just tell you, if you remember the first slide which Captain Mukund, our operational director, had shown, is that what is our fleet sale structure. So if you saw the fleet sale on the right hand side and the left hand side was the vessel, and the right hand side was the customer. So we have only two things in mind: the vessel and the customer. We serve the customer of their vessel and make sure that the vessel remains safe, vessel is operated safely up to their expectations, and we use this very much through different tools what we have been provided, fantastic tools, dashboards for each one of them for monitoring on day-to-day basis at a various level in the management. Next slide, please. Yeah, so how are you going to meet these expectations? What we listed down there is, it's a teamwork, one team, one goal. So basically what we do is how we imbibe the sense of being one team. So what we have done here is that I'm not sure if all the colleagues have this practice. I'm sure they would have, because this has been widely spoken and practiced and implemented. The weekly call from the superintendent, marine superintendent, to the vessel's top 4 on a weekly basis or a fortnightly basis. So this way we come to know if there is any health issues or any personal issues which we can help, or there is a good amount of hygiene maintained on board, and also if there is any potential issues which you think is going to affect the vessel call in port or at sea during operation. So the essence of this call, we take this weekly call to our heart, and we really make it in a way that, and we have seen the results of it, because everyone then comes out in open. We are going for this port and we have these issues for PSC, so we need this assistance, and then we immediately gear up to support the vessel. So this is very important, how to imbibe the sense of being one team and the goal that we discussed earlier. So the next thing is about the zero breakdowns. So when we say zero breakdowns, it's not just a simple words. It comes from a lot from your planning of maintenance, execution of maintenance, planning in advance, placing orders in advance so that you can have it delivered in economical and ports and economical cost as well, because everything is related to the cost, and has been as no owner would like that whatever budget he has given, it is busted, and that shows a poor management, which obviously we refrain from doing that. So more and more engagement and the collaboration will help us to get there. Shipshore discipline. Shipshore, as mentioned earlier, is a fantastic tool, one of its kind in the shipping industry, and it's continuously dynamically improving on all fronts. And I'm sure you all have seen the every time you join the vessel, you will see a different version with new functionalities. And it's very important to realize that whatever the data is entered, that is what we see here. So accurate data entry is basically reflected on ship side, and that is what also on the shore side. So we trust everyone on board for doing all the hard work and all the data entries, but we do find sometimes some deviations which we have to go again separately and get it done. So this is where we need your great help for being a part of the team to collaborate effectively for meeting those expectations. Next slide, please. Yeah, I just spoke of the dry docking performance. So basically in our V-Ships Asia group, we had 6 dockings in last 12 months, and these were successfully accomplished. There was a big challenge of sending the superintendents over because of the COVID restrictions in the countries where dockings were taking place, and also the superintendents flying out of the resident country, that's Singapore, from here because of the COVID restrictions. So in that case, we have had the local superintendents employed to help the ship staff, and we have succeeded in many cases, if not all. Some of the cases, owners do choose their own superintendents, their own people, and that's fine with us. But of course, we would like to have our own people on board. So how we do the best dry docking basically is we have to start planning. Whenever you do a docking, the next docking starts from the very next day the vessel leaves the shipyard, which means anything comes up, you think it's a long-term repair plan, discuss with superintendent, he will discuss internally, and then we will chalk it out. We create a job for the next docking. So, and it happens every month, it happens every quarterly inspections. Follow 642 principles. So which means to say that you need to have a 6 months early specs preparation, 4 months quotation comparison, so that 2 months before we stem the shipyard. So if you follow these early specs preparations and readiness, we will get there. Next slide, please. I will talk about a little bit about the very much operational part of the new legislations which are coming up. You all have had, most of you, 2020 compliant fuels, and some of you might have had challenges. We had challenges here on a couple of vessels, but where we had different kind of issues. So what we have seen from, if you can see through the graph, after the VLSFO has come into usage and supplies, there has been off-spec bunkers in industry by these graphs, which are showing this is the data only for the first quarter of last year, but it is ever increasing. So this is a real challenge. It's a real problem, and then we have to just keep doing, share the experience and move forward. So next slide, please. Yeah, and most of the faults which have been noticed, and this result has come out from one of the reputed labs, which they have basically found out, and they found that it starts with blocking filters, separator failures, and the sludge formation in tanks, right? And then you have some other technical properties which can be found out by testing. We also had an issue on some vessels with the rapid liner wear. Within 4 months of we had to change all the liners. So this is the ill effect of the VLSFO, because chemistry of VLSFO is still not very much known to the industry and labs. Every time they get new elements, and it is not known, it's not part of the ISO specification, which can hold responsible to charterers or suppliers. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in 2 vessels reported accelerated liner wear, which I just spoke of, where piston rings were breaking every 15-20 days. And also the liner, after 2.5 months, we found that they had almost worn to the limit. So we got it done, changed. In another case, if you see this, there was a very high amount of sludge generation. Although it met the ISO specification, but total TSP, total sediment potential, was higher. It was 0.06, and the maximum limit is 0.1. So it was still much within the range, so the owners could not claim for this. And as a manager, of course, we faced this problem. So we next slide, please. Some couple of more photographs for you, give you the what all things were noted. Next slide again. It's very easy. Some of you might have. You can see on the left hand side of the photo where we have the sludge outlet pipe. Purifier was functioning. It was trying to remove the sludge, but the amount of sludge generation was so much that it was getting frozen or getting deposited, and it was not flowing enough. So it never remained fluids. We tried all kinds of fermentation combination of increasing temperature, decreasing temperature, and no solution to that. Next slide, please. Then after that, what we did was we contacted the at least 3 additive suppliers, and then we took the best one out of it in consultation with owners, and also we took some assistance from our Center of Expertise, that's a group, and our global technical head, Mr. John Kerr. And then we did some, we basically had asked the owners to help us in giving some extra resources, which they were kind to listen to us, and they did it. And by doing that, we were able to, we have finished that consumption of 800 tons of oil. So what we needed to do was basically fuel additives, do recirculation. There were candles failing in between. So we had extra amounts of candle. We had extra additional staff which were given. And we had, to the extent that we knew that transfer pumps are not normally used for 24-hour operation. So we had extra electrical motors as well. I'm giving you a little bit details because this is the heart of the operations. And this is something very frequent happening on many of our vessels, right? So this is the 2 purifiers operating in parallel is also important, so that if you have a good fuel, bad fuel, good fuel, you run it, and then bad fuel can keep recirculating for some time. So you don't have to stop the engine changeover, and all those downtime can be avoided. And also it is very important for you, I would request all of you, when you go next time on board, please check that each purifier is having a separate pipeline for running independently from one set of settling tank to service tank, and the cross connections as well, if it is possible. If it is not there, please put a proposal to your superintendent, and it will be 100% taken, and we will do the modification, and the class will also approve this because it's a class item. Yeah. So what did we do here? In consultation with the owners, the lessons were learned. And what lessons were learned here is that owners in this particular case, if you can go to back slides back, please, once again, the first item was some of the time charter parties, they say that we can take any operational problems if the fuel is creating, we can take responsibility, debunker, or they have some commercial arrangements if you notify us within 15 days of the VLSFO goes on board. But many of the time you have got so much of VLSFO already on board that you don't actually start using this or even purify. So again, operational advice is whenever you bunker it, and if you have the possibility, please try to purify this oil and separately, and see that you are not having a clogging of the separator filter, or the separators are working fine. So this is what I wanted to say. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then it is recommended also that whenever you see that operational advice given in the lab analysis report are strictly adhered to, and if you find any deviation, highlight, talk to us, and we will tell you, and then we will come back to you. Yeah, and we'll help you. So in that case, we will take some additional the tests so that we can do exact chemical requirement, or what else we have to do. We can get a right solution to you to help you out to consume this fuel in future. Next slide, please. Inventory of hazardous materials. Yes, this is most important for the ship staff. Now that if you see the last 3 sentences, vessel must look for these documentations, must file on board, because this is going to be verified by class. It's a statutory requirement. Yeah, and then so that we can have this compliant all the time. Next slide, please. BWTS installations, we have all the vessels done. Some of the vessels are remaining, which we are taking permission and the consultation with owners, and which is going to be installed on board. On our VSAG vessels, we have all different brands, and we do have problems time to time. But so far, makers have been quite helpful in resolving the problems, but it's not so much frequent these days. Next coming up thing is related to the environment, the CO2 and GHG greenhouse controls. This is energy efficiency for existing ships, and this is going to be taken up. We will have some discussion with you. This is a fresh new things, mandatory requirement coming up from January 2023. So this is very fresh. There is another meeting by IMO going to happen in June of this year. Some more clarity will be required about how to calculate this for tier 1, tier 2 engines prior 1st January 2013. All those delivered before that. So all the tier 3 vessels being delivered will have all the data. So otherwise, we'll have to do some calculations, which we are doing by ABS and CTEC. So they are the 2 vendors we are using, which have been contracted by at a group level. Next slide, please. So as I said, ABS and CTEC, they are helping us in calculating the EXI. EXI is basically the grams per ton per mile of the carbon CO2 generated, and that is being compared with the IMO set values, and if we are less or more, accordingly the results are given. And it is a very, very expensive now that in order to improve the older vessels, there is a huge capital cost will coming up. You will hear more and more into this, that we may have to install the fin caps, Mavis duct, and other technology, the efficiency improving technologies to get to the required CO2 level in future. Next slide, please. This single plastic use has been spoken before, again related to climate change, which is a serious social and economic challenge. And group has taken an initiative, and catering is helping us. They have given us a solution for taking this. So when you go back, go this time joining the ship, you will find a difference. You will see that you will have some new onboard water drinking. The filters and filters will be provided, and that will be. So we do not encourage to supply plastic bottles anymore. What you normally are being supplied 1.5 liters. I know. And also what we will do is we will try to create, have the annual testing of these, the water coming out from these units as well, so that you are confident enough that, okay, the water coming out for these solutions, these equipments are good for drinking, without any doubts. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that was all from my side. Thank you very much for listening. And it's a difficult times, and I know that everybody is, you have to manage your time, you have to manage your energy, and it's very important to keep safe and remain resilient and strong in these difficult times. So thank you so much. Then we have some questions, please. Then let's engage on some questions if you may have.
Prem, let me just pick up. So I think we, instead of a question, we have a comment from Rajinder Singh.
Yes.
He mentioned top 4 weekly meeting is very useful and effective for continuous monitoring or review of vessels' progress towards set goal.
Fantastic. Yes, Rajinder Singh, Captain. Yes, welcome to the session. And yes, you have a first-hand experience. So thanks for the feedback. Excellent. And we continue to do this. And as Captain Mukund mentioned, we have a solution now with the we call it Microsoft Team Gadget, which is having a video and the phone there, a mic. And next time when you are on board, you will be talking on video. So our weekly meetings will be held with video.
Yeah, and I think we have another question, but it's not very clear, from Vyacheslav Bolshakov. So perhaps he can unmute himself and explain this question further. This is with regards to weekly minutes.
Hello, Mr. Prem, good evening.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, hi, good morning to you.
Hi. Nice to see you now on the session. Mr. Prem.
Yes, tell me.
We have photo of officers meeting on a telephone call. Why do we need that? We have every week the weekly minutes on the email, one time Singapore time, where is everything mentioned already, and even easy to understand on the typing by email.
See, thanks. This is a very good question. Yes, what you were trying to say, and I fully agree, is that it is a duplication and maybe it will be taking your time. So what happens here is during these times, or even future after the COVID is gone, many times we are not traveling to the offices. We just talk once and then you go on board and as a senior officer, and then we talk only if there's something happens in between. So it is not only that we want to communicate to you and we want to know you by name or and discuss. So we want to interact with you, and I'm sure we are getting most of the things through ShipShore, because I fully agree with you, and I trust you that you are putting everything in the ShipShore, so we can see everything in the ShipShore as well. I fully agree, but again, please try to understand this is we have found the effectiveness of it. If there is a problem on one ship, we immediately engage from the group level, and our the group level also the even CEO and our technical head, they call the vessel themselves it is only to give you confidence. It is only to give you confidence that we are there. Please, if in case of any problem, please tell us. And it is not that what you are sending in the weekly meeting and we take a less value of it. It is equally important to us. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bolshakov. Thank you very much.
Yep, so I don't see any more questions from there's no one raising their hands as well, so yeah. If there's
Thanks then. That's the end of it then. Then you have the next, let me there's a stretch break right now, correct?
Sartaj or Karen, if I may come in, Captain Ajit.
Yes, Ajit, go ahead.
Yeah, no, since I see this and I don't want to cross into anybody's time, but I had a short update from India and this, and since there were many questions, but I have small 2 slides if time permits, quick, no more than 2 minutes to share with the team. If okay, no questions, and before we go to the next presenter, only if it permits.
If we have saved some time, so please accommodate this. Karen, can you?
And I will be able to share my screen, Karen, from my end.
Let me just check, Ajit.
You can. Function is there. You should be.
Okay, can you check now if you'll be able to share your screen?
Sure, let me try. No, it says you can't share while the other participant is sharing.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I can share now, I think. Can see?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes, we can see Ajit.
Okay, thank you. So this is just because a lot of questions were coming. We have some updates as the team works, so I felt I'll utilize this opportunity. It is difficult. It is very challenging in India as a country whole. Yeah. And of course, the ban is not on Indians. It is with any travelers transiting or in India. So this is what the overall picture looks like in with regards to the cases and recoveries and how many vaccines have been given in India. And as some people have been asking a lot of questions, so currently it is all driven by the government. You will have to follow the local rules and regulations and government approved facilities or private if available. Yeah. So this is a high level overview of 1.7 million vaccines given. So many people have recovered, samples being tested. Yeah. And then with regards to our seafarer, just focusing on Indians, this is the breakdown to share with you that currently we have total 3,060 crew on board, out of which, of course, the split is here: crew management, ship management, and TP supplies. Okay, leisure and offshore. That is the split we have. Out of this, currently, if you see 11 crew members on board are more than 11 months. It's only 1 person on a leisure and 110 on an offshore vessel. And then we have total 231 who are 8% of this figure are overdue from their original contract. Yeah. And 22 out of these 221 crew on board are with expired contracts. And why I bring this point also is it is not easy. It is difficult times, but we seek all our seafarers understanding if they are stuck on the ship. It's not that we want to keep them. We will try our best to get them off. But my humble request to please sign the contracts. These are a legal requirements. It helps the seafarer. It is a compliant process towards the insurance, towards the PSC. It no way does it mean that we will not relieve you, and signing that means that we have to extend you. So I will humbly request this point to be shared with juniors, with your ratings, with everybody, and stress. If not done, then although the seafarer is stuck on the ship, also it will hamper the vessel's operation and increases the risk of it being detained with authorities. If the country is only shut or flight not available, we can't. But if that facility is available, yes, we will do all in our means, delay the ship, divert the ship, and get it done. Yeah. So this is the one point I wanted to bring in here. And sorry, how do I unshare it now? Here. Sorry, Karen, can you raise that again? I need to accept your request. I don't want to exceed over the time. There was just another slide I wanted to show, so I will.
Ajit, you have to share it again.
Again, okay. So can see now?
Yes, can you?
Okay, this is about the visa status. Can you see?
Yeah, we can see it, Ajit.
Okay, good.
Yes.
This is again unfortunate, like many and most of us are from India, but this is what is happening. So this is to share with you an overview what is happening in India, and yes, it will impact joining, not only your joining relief of seafarers. Currently, is very dynamic. It's not static. So this is in, and I can share these slides later with you, but in Delhi, Bangalore, what embassies are closed. So if your vessel happens to be there, if you have an opportunity, no way you can get that visa. Then just a very summary of different countries and how they have come back, how they have come up with this ban for India. Not only India, there are many other countries. If you see Brazil, South Africa, or travelers from there. Yeah. So this can be shared with you all. I won't take time, but again, the leeway was it's not on Indians, but travelers from India. So you are originating, you will be. So let me also share what we try to do with Singapore here is we approached to them and we said, how about we get you out? You know, we will fly Indians out, get them quarantined into place, Nepal or Sri Lanka, and keep them 14 days there and then continue to join. Then MPA came out with another circular lifting a ban on those countries, also all the neighborings. So we try to do our best and we'll continue. Let's see what options can we can have there. So after this, I can share this, which can be shared with all of you people there. Thank you. Okay, Karen, back to you.
Thanks, Ajit. Yeah, so we will be sharing the slides to everyone after this session. So if you need further info, we'll be sharing the slides with you and perhaps also share the emails of Ajit should there be any more questions. So now we have come to the last stretch break of this session. So I hope instead of 10 minutes, we can reduce it to just 5 minutes of stretch break. Just get some coffee, stand up and do some stretching. We have now overshot timing, so I hope 5 minutes is okay. Yeah, so okay, thanks Prem. I can see a thumbs up there. Okay, see you in 5 minutes. Yep, I can see our officers going back on their seats. Hi, so welcome back. May I just introduce our next speaker, Madan, to discuss preparing the vessel for third-party inspection.
Hey, thanks, Karen. Good day to all and welcome back. My name is Krishnan Madan Babu. I'm the vetting manager of VShips Singapore office. I've joined VShips in 2010 as a crew manager and been in the ascending ranks before I was promoted as a vetting manager. Good to engage with you all in a large forum like this. Though the closer the nicer, but giving that opportunity, we really appreciate your time and your patience in participating in this virtual seminar. Let's get into the topic straight away. Karen, next slide, please. Today, let's discuss about the third-party inspections, the need and the importance of a third-party inspections. What is the general motive of a third-party inspections? Why do the external parties are interested in conducting a third-party inspections? The answer is risk mitigation and risk management. Third-party inspection is a tool being used by the industry for risk mitigation and risk management. So what are the different, you have to go back one more slide, Karen. Before, previous ones, just before that, just to start with that. Okay, just one before this, okay. No, before that, before, sorry for that, yeah. Okay. So what are the different type of third-party inspections we are looking at? SIRE, CDI, PSC, flag state inspection, charter inspections, and terminal inspections. A number of these inspections are carried out which is statutory in nature, which are intended to verify the compliance, the regulations required by example, port state control, flag state inspections. Whereas the other inspections are required for a commercial acceptance such as SIRE, CDI, and right ship inspections. So the PSC and SIRE and CDI have their own risk mitigation approach. We'll do a further drill down to see the risk evaluation, the risk, the screening process. As what you could see on the red text, the risk evaluation process. In the risk evaluation process, the assessor assess whether the vessel complies with the safety standard and whether the vessel can safely navigate and operate as required by all statutory and mandatory requirements, whether the vessel is fit to call the terminal or a port. To assess the risk the vessel poses by calling that particular terminal, vessel can carry safe cargo operation in the port or in the terminal. Do we have an experienced officer on board who could jointly achieve this? In the other hand, the screening process, it is for assessing the suitability of the vessel for the voyage. We need to keep in mind that the oil major do not provide a blanket approval of the vessel that is being screened, and the vessel is screened each and every time when it's being proposed for business. So how do they screen the vessel? Whether the vessel has got a valid SIRE in the system, is there a risk or a repetitive observations, the PSC trend of the vessel is free of condition of class, the vessel is free of incidents, and finally, the overall company profile that has been assessed before the vessel is accepted for business. So we need to bear in mind that it's not only the vessel that are being screened, it is also the company profile. So it is important that our overall third-party inspections are good so that we have a good company profile. Next slide, Karen. Okay, let's move on to PSC high-risk ports. Based on a past experience, we have classified America, Canada, Russia, Ukraine, China, Australia, and New Zealand as high-risk ports. An automatic SQL alert is sent to the vessel 10 days prior arrival to this high-risk port. Please complete this MAR 11 and send the required photograph to the VSAG at least 3 days prior arrival to high-risk ports. Okay, MAR 11. Again, what is MAR 11? It's again a risk mitigation tool where it lists top detainable deficiencies. It's become a guidance to tell us to assess the detainable deficiencies in that particular area. Additionally, this MAR 11 lists out top 5 PSC trending deficiency for any high-risk regions or port, as we discussed earlier. When we receive this MAR 11, the SMT should have a meeting, meeting with all crew on board, highlight the importance of the PSC inspections, carry out a diligent checks, do a physical verification to ensure that all the machineries, all the equipments are in order, carry out drill, categorize the defects, whether it can be rectified on board or whether you can show assistance, flag it to the concerned superintendent, explain them this is required before this inspections, follow up and get the defects rectified before going to any high-risk port. Do not forget, key to success is good preparation. So we need to keep that in mind. So ensure that the vessel is well prepared, use all available tools to have a flawless PSC inspections. Can we move on to the next slide, Karen? Tool for risk-based approach. Okay, let's talk about vetting. Why do we talk about vetting so much? Why is vetting so important? Everyone should understand that vetting is business critical and a license to trade. So what does it mean? By having a good vetting results, the vessel can have a good prospects of accepted by all oil majors. We are committed to the owners on a flawless service delivery. Ship owners are satisfied only if their clients are satisfied, that is the charters. So how are the charters are satisfied? By having a good or a sound betting record and vessel accepted by all oil majors. In this time of era, there are surplus vessels that are available in the market. So what stands out for an oil major to pick up a vessel? By having a good inspection and with a good track record. As I mentioned earlier, the vessel, the oil major does not screen only the vessel, but also the company profile. So it is imperative that we have a good inspection at all times. Serious incidents, bad inspections, high-risk observations have resulted in the company being banned by the Royal Major. So we really need to have a clear understanding and the importance and the significance of having a good vetting results. So let's move on to the tool that has been available in the VMS, which assists in this continuous process to ensure that the vessel is ready for a third-party inspections. Remember again, key to success is good preparations. We have a very rigorous inspection regime to ensure the vessel is ready. While we talk about onboard risk-based approach, to assist with the process, we have tools like safety self-assessment, navigational assessment, monthly inspections, cargo, mooring audit, etc. Safety self-assessment is one of the important tools that is available, which a master and a chief engineer has to complete within 2 weeks of joining a vessel. A diligent checks would ensure that the vessel, that means that the master and the chief engineer have a full visibility of the vessel condition and the safety culture that prevails on board. So during this inspection, the master and the chief engineer should identify the defects, the status of the machinery, the status of the equipment, and report immediately, flag it. As what Captain Madhu said, do not hesitate to report or think that these were communicated earlier. Why to raise it again? Please raise it whenever you identify any defects on board. In the other hand, the inspections like navigation audits, mooring audits, MLC self-assessment, whatever the compliance checks, what we do as per the inspection matrix, it's an effective and implemented only if we do a diligent checks and it's effective when it's been done on board. So no one knows the ships better than what you know. You are our eyes and ears. So especially during this COVID situation, when the challenging times, when an office or a third-party attendance is not possible, we solely rely on the information that has been relayed from the vessel. So the master and chief engineer are our eyes and ears. So please ensure that you empower the officers and the crew on board and make sure that checklists are not just a tick in the box, but we should understand that leads us into compliance. In the other hand, the office side, the risk-based approach would be by carrying out a third-party inspections like vessel inspection report, marine superintendent visits, CTEC, QSC inspections. But all these tools are to be collectively and effectively utilized to ensure that the vessel is well prepared to identify the risk and the hazards, identify the lapse and the training needs, identify the weak spot and the area of focus, to improve the safety standards on board and to prevent the likelihood of the accidents and incidents on board. Can we move on to the next slide, Karan? What you see on the screen is what was being highlighted or picked up during the third-party inspections. Pump room, leaks in the pump room, defective gauge glass. Next slide, Karen. Defective pilot ladder, defective hoses, missing pressure gauges. So the question comes like, we need to question ourselves, is our inspection process robust? Are we not able to identify these risks or hazards on board? How do we overcome this? So how to overcome such findings in future? By proper utilization of the tools that is available on board and by adopting to a robust onboard inspection regime. See the things from the inspector point of view. Identify a team member in each department and empower them. Can we move on to the next slide? What is our approach towards a third-party inspections? Let's categorize this into 3. Be persistent in contributing consistently to improve the safety cultures on board. Things that needs to be done prior SIR inspections, and the lesson learned from post-SIR inspection. When we talk about persistent cascading of information is most important, sharing the past observation within the fleet. We have initiated a monthly vetting and a PSC promulgations where the lessons learned has been shared across to do a compliance checks and do a verification to ensure that such observation doesn't exist on the vessel. Also, We have initiated a fortnightly safety day, a recent initiative on the asset identification and asset exercise, which basically conducted by interdepartment members on a roster basis. This is not over and above the weekly or a monthly inspections that's been carried out, but to have a focused approach and to identify the hazards related to a third-party inspections. While we talk about the pre-sire inspection, it is important that master carries out a pre-sire meeting and define a timeline with a responsible officer to run through the accountability matrix. Accountability matrix is VET 01, VI 7 to identify the ongoing issues and to highlight any observations that would severely affect the sire inspection. And then the another initiative, what we have done is vetting binder and last minute checks. Vetting binder is not something different from what was been done earlier. This has been introduced to have a uniform approach in all of VSAG vessels by compiling the documents, compiling the informations and being presented to an inspector so that it gives a standard, just to make an impression to the vetting inspector by providing with a standard V-ships presentation of documents, which is standard across the fleet now. We started preparing the vessels 3 or 4 months in advance to ensure that we have a robust preparation process in place. Intermediate ports have been identified to make sure that arrangements are made in place. Engagement with the vessels has been done. Additionally, we have compiled the last minute checks, which be like a quick run through on the things that needs to be done, especially when the officers are busy after mooring and the cargo operation. Always remember that first impression is the best impression. So impression of the vessel and the crew starts from the moment the inspector boards the vessel at the gangway. Remember basic things like gangway briefing, ISPS checks they missed out in the past. So conduct a pre-briefing with the crew. Conduct a mock drill with the crew to deal with the vetting inspector. Most of the instances, what happens is the crew fear to question, make them comfortable, politely request them to do a gangway briefing and an ISPS checks. The senior officer should be available to receive the inspector at the gangway, escort them to the officer, like escort them to the master's cabin. All senior officers should be present during an opening meeting. Inspector courteously and with all due respects. Inspector should never be left alone. This is the basic things what we know. And before an inspector commences a walk on deck and even in the engine room, make sure a pilot run has been done by a senior officer to ensure all things are in order. A scoring system has been introduced to properly evaluate the impact of a sire inspection. Each findings raised as a potential risk score of 1, 3, and 10. 1 being the low risk questions, 3 being the medium, and 10 being the high risk observations. Any individual findings with a score of 10 is considered to be a high risk observations and shall lead to rejections. The collective score gives the risk value of the vessel. The risk value, if it is 20 and above, then it is considered to be an high risk vessel and might lead to a rejections. So every effort is to be made to get the high risk or get a collective score not more than 10. As far as the finding is concerned, rectify it immediately, and before the inspector leaves the vessel, just make sure that it's been shown to him and put a remark saying that it has been rectified. Post inspection, okay, we have started engaging with the vessel again to have a collective feedback to identify the effectiveness and the preparation and to identify the gaps and what went wrong, what we could have avoided or what we could have done furthermore to have a good inspections. And to drill down further, we have classified as avoidable and unavoidable observations. So avoidable observations means servicing, calibration that could have resulted or which we could have easily avoided by having this done in the last boat. So that we classify as avoidable observations. Unavoidable observation is inherent to the vessel or which is unavoidable due to a last minute defects. So we have started engaging with the vessel in 3 aspects, pre, post, to assess ourselves where we stand with the preparations. Can we move on to the next one? What you see on the screen is the index of the vetting binder and the document presentation to the master cabin. Keep in mind, as what we said, first impression is the best impression. Can we move on to the next? This is the statistics for 20 size statistics. The average finding is 3.34. The average risk findings is 4.89 and the average inspection rate is 16.28. Why do we do this statistics? This acts as a leading indicator and area of focus for planning the strategy for the next year. So it is important that we identify where we stand. As what you could see here, VAQ like chapter 8 and chapter 10 or area of focus in it. And in the right bottom, what you could see is that inspection scoring is what we discussed earlier, low, medium, and high risk observations, and what the risk value of the vessel has been determined by 0 to 9 being a good inspection, 9 to 19 being a medium, 20 to 34 being a poor, and anything above that being an unsatisfactory inspection. Next slide, Karen. This is the PSC statistics. We have discussed earlier. We had a 60% flawless inspections and with a 0 detention last year. The average deficiency is 0.89. Again, the area of focus is about 5 and 10. Can we move on to the next slide? High risk observations. We had a total of 79 high risk observations. Again, the area of focus is about chapter 8 and chapter 10, where we had 15 observations in chapter 8 and 22 observations in chapter 12. So chapter 5 being the safety management, 8 being the cargo and ballast system, 10 engine and steering compartment. Definitely we need to have high focus towards this. And during a safety self-assessment or during a weekly or monthly inspections, these are the areas where high focus is required to identify and get this one rectified. Karen, we can move on to the next one. Top 5 high risk observations, which we have discussed. They are promulgated on a monthly basis to the vessel to do a compliance checks, observations like lube oil analysis. We could have definitely avoided if we had a proper planning in place. As what we discussed, proper planning and stringent pre-wet process is the only means to avoid any high risk observations. We can move on to the next tool, next slide, Karen. What you see on the screen is the ShipShow BI tool. This gives an overview of the SIA performance and the statistics of the particular individual officers. Currently, this dashboard is not available to the vessels. It's only available to the office. It gives an observation particular to the region. We can profile the inspector, trending of the observations has been shared. These have been circulated once the inspector details are known for a complaint checks on board to ensure that at least that particular trend of observations not been repeated or we don't get such observations. We can move on to the next one, Carol. Remote SIA inspections. This is something which we adopted in recent times with the current situation and the COVID restrictions. We have done a couple of remote SIA inspections, but the challenge in arranging a remote SIA is huge administrative burden. We receive the document from the vessel, vet and upload them in the OCMM repository. Believe me, it is too exhaustive and time consuming. We about 200, 300 documents that needs to be received from the vessel, vet, and the document should not be more than 10 MB before they could be uploaded. So we need to have a robust inspection regime, like in a plan in place to ensure that at least wherever we have possible option, we go for an inspection even in 3 months range. We can move on to the next one, Carol. This is just to give an update that a stringent inspection regime, which will be rolled out in the first quarter of 2020, whether you will use a bow tie methodology to adapt for the risk identification. Also, an use of intrinsically safe tablet will be introduced during the inspection. Just to summarize what we've discussed, the result of a third-party inspections are business critical. License, vetting is a license to trade. Senior officer should act as a mentor on board, have frequent meeting with the team on board, brainstorm people, empower the crew on board, let the crew take ownership in what they do. Collectively, we can achieve a goal towards the third-party inspections and be consistent with a flawless service delivery to our customer. Thanks for your patience, and let me invite Satash to discuss on the career progression and competence development. Over to you, Satash. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madan, and sorry for the push and nudge. I know you were fast tracking through your slides towards the later part of your presentation, but thanks for that. So a quick time check, about 35 my end. So we are roughly about 10 minutes, but we have a good 20 minutes forum buffer towards the end, so we should be okay. Karen, Do you want to do it, or you want me to take control? Whatever works.
Let me just check that.
Okay, I've taken control, so let me see if it works.
Okay, I have given you the permission now.
Excellent. So thank you, everyone. You've been sitting and listening to all of us for the last about 5.5 hours or so, and this is the kind of final presentation of the day, and then there's an open forum. So let's make it interesting towards the last 15 minutes, and then the Q&A. Karen, I think you have to take the control back. And then if you don't mind. So while we are waiting for flipping, quick background on myself. I'm Sartaj Gill, been in the maritime industry for 25 odd years. I've been with V Group for about 3 years or so. Moved around, different experience in the shore organization, from commercial to operations, HSCQ, and obviously a lot of it is with regards to training. And I have a fantastic team, which a lot of them are on this call trying to manage this entire virtual seminar. So thank you to them. And I'm privileged to work with them. Thank you. Let's go on to the next one, Karen. So what is this entire presentation all about? We're looking at competence development and your career progression. So this is all about you. I'm not sure if any of you have heard about the Peter principle. It's an interesting principle where this gentleman has done a phenomenal amount of research, and he goes to basically say that everybody rises to their level of incompetence. Somewhere during your career, you rise to your level of incompetence. And this is especially true in a hierarchy-based organization like shipping or maritime. So what this effectively means, let me try and explain to you. So, you might be a third officer, you get promoted to a second officer, you get promoted to a chief officer, and then a master. If the right tools are not provided to you for your career progression, for your development, there is a very high chance that somebody within that chain will land up in a position where you are not competent. Practical example, second mate, brilliant in his job, fantastic in passage planning. Because of his role as a second officer and being great in that role, sometimes, I say sometimes, you might have the kind of feeling that let's promote him, he will become a good chief officer, without fully knowing or assessing that individual on his chief officer competencies and capabilities. So the risk is the individual gets promoted, he lands up as a chief officer, but he or she is not competent enough to do the chief officer job. So this is a proven model. So this is not a V Group saying or me saying, this is a research model where they say, unless you put checks and balance, a competence development program in place, this is bound to happen. Everybody rises to their level of incompetence. It could be me being promoted and not being ready to take on the higher responsibility. Next, please, Karen. So taking a lead from there, I would now like to throw the ball in your court and find out from you. Some of you have been in V Group for many years, senior officers, junior officers. Are you satisfied with how promotions are managed within V Group? It's a simple yes or a no answer. You feel free to type it in the chat box. I would like to see yes, no. And what I mean by this is, do you think you know what structure is in place? You know when you will get promoted, how you will get promoted. Is it clear to you? Then please type a yes. If not, type a no. Okay, so Karen is doing a polling. So let's look at the polling part, right? All of you, please, we have 50 plus officers here. I only see 18, 19. Please type in. So let's have many more kind of data coming up here. Good. Okay. So a significant portion of you believe that everything is clear. So the answer is a yes. Okay. Excellent. Let's move on. So the answer is a yes. Good. So let's see. Let's look at the next slide. And I have another question for you. Now, do you feel comfortable as a senior officer when you get a new promote junior officer or maybe even a senior officer. So you could be a chief engineer and you are getting a new promote second engineer, or in other cases, you get a new hire second engineer coming on board your vessel. How does that make you feel? Do you feel comfortable? Do you think you are fully satisfied that the office has done their job to hire that individual or to promote that individual? And let's not have politically correct answers, right? If you feel no, if you've had experiences, poor experiences, let's look at it. But if you think yes, then let's give it a shot. Good. Okay. Yes, so we have about 30 responses. 78, 80% say yes, they are fully comfortable. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. So about 80% feel that yes. So maybe a quick story, right? I lead sometimes these senior officer leadership development programs in different countries whenever I'm traveling for V Group. And sometimes I ask this question about promotion, and I wouldn't say always, but very often I get an immediate response when I ask them, if you have a cadet and I send a cadet on board your vessel as a new promote third officer, would you want him? The common response to that very often is that no, unless I have trained that cadet myself, I do not trust anybody else's training. So please don't send me a new promote third officer. So the responses I'm getting over here, which is 80%, you are saying, yes, I'm good and I'm confident, doesn't necessarily meet the reality which I have seen on the ground while leading these sessions. But anyways, good. So let's go to the next one, Karen. Now, another question. Sorry, too many questions, but I want to set the scene here. Who is accountable for your career progression and competence development? So if you need to progress through your career, who is responsible? Is it the superintendent? Is it the crew manager? Is it you yourself? Or is it the training department? So let's see what kind of responses we get here for the poll. Good. I get some good interaction here. A lot of people trying to do some polling. Excellent. Goody good. High 90s believe it is you yourself. Okay. Some believe the superintendent, crewing manager, training department. Okay. So significant portion of the population here believe it's your own responsibility. Good. Excellent. So let me put it this way, right? The office, the superintendents, the crewing managers, the training department, all of us are here to help you, to support you. However, the key accountability rests with you yourself. If you do not show the initiative to move ahead in your career, if you don't show the initiative, you do not have the will to get promoted or move up the ladder, nobody else can do anything for you. We cannot spoon feed you. We can give you the tools, but then it is for you to utilize those tools as best possible to be able to move forward in your careers. So I'm happy to see that there is general alignment and understanding here. However, absolutely agree. We as the organization need to provide the platform in order for you to be successful. Next, please, Karen. So let's look at what are we trying to provide to you. So you all are well aware of what is already in place, but there are two key things that are changing. Some of you might be aware of it if you have sailed in the last 6 months or so. If you haven't been on board in the last 6 months, then this might be a little bit new. So the first one is a new learning management system, short form LMS, learning management system. We have contracted with a new company called Ocean Technologies Group. Ocean Technologies is nothing but the parent company of Seagull, Videotel, and now Marlin. So we have divested Marlins as a business. We have sold Marlins to Ocean Technologies. And during 2021, all the vessels are being replaced from Marlins to the Ocean Technologies platform. What's new in this? More variable type of training content. So you have vessel type specific content, 130 titles. If you're on chemical tanker, you will see more chemical tanker related titles. Of course, common, yes, but specifics. Gas vessels will have more gas. Offshore vessels have offshore. Bulk vessels will have bulk vessel related. There is meant to be adaptive content. What does adaptive mean? It's like you do a pre-assessment while joining a training. Depending on the pre-assessment, wherever is your knowledge gap, you need to focus your time in the next few minutes of that training only closing out those gaps. So you don't need to sit through the entire training. Of course, this is step by step, not available immediately, but will come. Micro learning is 2 minutes, 3 minutes snippet video content learning for you to understand. And it's not like a 1 hour or a 45 minutes training program. We are implementing simulations in games. You have navigation simulations, which is online to test your navigational skills, competencies. We are looking at a rescue game on your mobile phones. We are looking at call reg related games on your mobile phones. So a lot of action happening. Another significant improvement is the risk matrix. For those of you who have worked on the Marlins platform, you would log in and you would see the entire library. So even if you are a deck officer, you would see engineering related content as well, and you had to select yourself. In the new platform, you will only see what is relevant for your rank, not even your department, but your specific rank. So we've mapped that out for you. So it makes life much easier for you. And then there is a possibility for us to conduct surveys, send you notices, circulars. So it's a very good tool, very good platform. By the year end, all vessels will have this. And before you join, if you're about to join a vessel, you will already be using this to complete certain trainings while sitting at home. Next, please. So certain other benefits. Login, it's an online access, plus you will have it on board, offline access. Both are synchronized as soon as you complete a training on board the vessel or you complete the training ashore by using LMS from your home. Within a matter of hours, maximum 1 to 2 hours, the data gets replicated and it comes within shipshore. So your crew managers, your superintendents, all are able to see whether you've completed the training and if you're compliant or not. Next, please. Okay. The next tool is a competence management system. Maybe Karen, can you go to the next slide and then we will come back to this one. So what is the competence management system? At the moment, some of you might be aware, we have a form called ADM 30, or maybe you don't see it, but in the office side, we have a form, which is nothing but a checklist of competencies where every single rank, when you are due for promotion, the superintendents or the crewing teams run through those competencies and you have an interview where those are assessed. And if you're found competent, you're kind of ticked as yes, ready for promotion. So we are going to move away from a paper-based exercise like Anna mentioned. Performance appraisal has become electronic. We are now implementing a competence management system, which is electronic. What does it comprise of? Each rank will have competencies. So you would have skill-based competencies and behavior-based competencies. If you want to get promoted, taking the same example, second mate to chief officer, you can simulate competencies for your next rank. So you can get competencies for chief officer, which you need to demonstrate and complete multiple times on board. And then your senior officer needs to sign off, confirming that he has seen you in action, he has seen you performing that task, and they find you competent in delivering those kind of duties or discharging those duties. Once those are completed, it's kind of a tick box saying, yes, practically speaking, this gentleman or lady is ready for promotion. And then one of those boxes for your promotion criteria gets ticked off. Again, the competencies are very vessel type specific, from bulk to gas to chemical, ICMG, which is intertanker approved, and also BCAV, which is a behavior-based competency assessment and verification. We will give you more details on this. There is an e-learning training program also created, so I don't want to get into the details. However, new system, please use it, please familiarize it. By the time people join the vessels, you will have this implemented on board. So this is a fantastic tool coming along your way. Can you go back one slide, Karen, please? So what does this give you? It gives you a clear career path. As of 2022, what would happen is if you complete these competencies, you are kind of ticked off as yes, practically ready to take on the higher position. If you do not complete those competencies, then that doesn't get ticked off and you are under risk of not being promoted until you can demonstrate competence in all these areas. So it's a career progression, self-initiated. You need to take the initiative. Industry standards have been implemented, which is Intertanko approved, RightShip approved for bulk carriers. So these are not something which is only V Group, it's industry plus customized to V Group requirement. Great. Okay, you can flip 2 slides, Karen. Okay, so last but not the least, right? This year is an implementation phase for us. So we are replacing all the softwares on board the vessel, and we are providing the new competence management tool for all the vessels within the ship management fleet. By the end of this year, we expect every vessel to have it fully installed, fully operational. Some vessels will go online starting June, July, and then during the second half of this year, more vessels will come online. We expect that if your vessel has this online, you already take the initiative this year and start completing those competencies and get your senior officers to approve them, assess you, see you demonstrate those competencies, and then approve them. So that when you reach 2022, right, the rightmost box says very clearly, effectively come January 2022, if you have not taken this year to complete those competencies, next year onwards, unless you complete these competencies, you will not be promoted, right? I want to repeat that. You will not be promoted if the competencies are not signed off by your senior officer. So please keep that in mind. If you need more information when you go on board, reach out to our team, tell the master to drop an email. They are provided with all the information. Okay, goody good. Time check. Last but not the least, I think I have one more slide, which is to close this, right? It's basically about consistency, right? Anything you do one time doesn't give you the results. You go to the gym, if you are 100 kilos and you want to become 70 kilos, going to the gym one day for 10 hours is not going to cut it. You need to do it consistently. Learning and development and training is exactly the same. You need to take steps, even if it is baby steps, consistently every day for you to be able to successful in your career. Now, trying to close this, how long does it take an average person to become a sailor? I want to link this to what Mukund used early in the morning, right? Seafarers are very, very special. If it was not for you, 90% of the world trade would have stopped. And the clothes we are wearing, the food we are eating, the biscuits we nibble on, like Mukund said, would not exist. So you need to be proud. So my question to you, gentlemen, how long does it take an average person to become a sailor? Can you type something as a final question? Sorry, too many questions, but let's type in. What do you think? How long does it take an average person to become a sailor? Let's not be shy. Let's type in whatever comes to your mind. No action. Everybody's very, very quiet. No poll happening. I want you to open the chat. I want you to put 5 years, 10 years, whatever, never, nothing, whatever. When the mindset is right. Excellent. Just a few years. Okay. Natural born. Fantastic. 3 years. Okay. So let me tell you this. Karen, can you flash it? An average person will never become a seafarer, ladies and gentlemen. You are special and you need to be proud about that, right? An average person does not become a seafarer. You are not average. You are beyond average. So you are good. Be proud in that. With that, thank you very much. I wish you all the great success in your career, and hopefully you will utilize all the tools I have mentioned just now. With that, we come to the kind of last part of the seminar, which is an open forum. I would like to invite Mukund and Anurag to facilitate this session. What this session is all about is any questions that might not have been answered. My team will try to flash it on the screen, try to address it. We will try and close that out. If there are any more questions, this is your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Please fire away. So what we will do is we will run through these first. Maybe Mukund, you could run through these line by line. And then if there is any more questions, raise your hands, keep on chatting, unmute yourself and fire away. Thank you very much and have a good session. Mukund, over to you.
Thank you, Sartaj. That was a very good presentation. You obviously have a lot of practice and a lot of sense that came through it. And basically, it's just reiterating the fact that our destiny is in our own hands. And of course, the larger organization is there to support. Great messaging. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gents. So I believe Anurag should be online rather quickly if he's not already. But I will try and field questions. And of course, I will reach out to the larger team when I get stumped by your smart questions, because all of you are above average, or rather very smart people, right? And they do say that people who have committed the crimes are sent to the office to work. So that's how we got here. Okay, the first question is, Anurag has joined. Anurag, your order, sir.
No, absolutely fine. Mukul, no, thanks again. Thanks, Taj, for excellent presentation. Fully on board. Just go ahead, Mukund. I will step in whenever you would ask me to. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. The first question was by Ashwini about stopping operations is not practical.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. The thing is that the answer which you have given, okay, you comply with your rest hour. And apart from that, after that only you can start the job. Because as a chemical mate, lot of hectic schedules are there. There is no additional third officer or no additional officer. How can my will allow me to sleep when there is a commercial pressure? When master is experienced and master has got his own visualization regarding that, it's a system like that. Whether if you are woken up last 36 or 48 hours doesn't make any difference. 48, 50 hours, 60 hours till the operation is completing, means your tank cleaning is complete, then only can possible you have rest. So in between, I just want to know, sir, you told me that you have to comply your rest hour or planned in what way we can plan to get rest, because this work can be done in this fashion only. There is no only option left, because 6 on 6 off already third officer, second officers are doing. Chief officer, how can he have rest? How can he? Because I have sailed last vessel where crew is also not from a chemical tanker hand, where you have got third officer is newly on the ship, where you have got cadet from a bulk carrier. And of course, I am also new to the company regarding paperwork and other things. Then we have got hectic schedule regarding tank cleaning, regarding parcels and all this. Yes, sir.
Jump in. I understand what your issue is, and I think
yes.
Basically you are saying that with the situation on board and your
Yes,
mindset and the commercial pressure, you feel it is nearly impossible to comply with work.
Yes, sir. Yes,
now
yes.
we all have to make a start somewhere.
Yes,
Let's talk straight, okay? The only people who can change anything and who can do things right are the people on this call. Nobody else is going to help us, right?
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
If there is a regulation, as I said, when I was sailing as mate, 36 hours, 40 hours non-stop was a good mate. It is not a good mate now because you are in breach of a compliance. So it is not an easy answer and it is not easy to do, but we all have to play a part. Number one, we have to provide you with the competent officers on board and have you sufficiently armed to be able to do your job. Number two, your captain, if the second mate and third mate are doing sixes, your captain may have a lot of pressure, but it's about prioritizing, right? Maybe he keeps some watches, or maybe he spells the junior officers to give you a spell in the CCR that you don't have to do everything. So there are ways and means to do this. And if after all the planning that is possible and utilizing all the resources in the most effective way, by pulling in the office to support you and maybe give you ideas, if you are still breaching your work rest hours, then you need to pause the operations and let us deal with the client, the charterer, the customer. We are here, as we said, to support you. Think of us as a breakwater. Your problems, we want to support you. The commercial pressure that you are getting, we will take it from the office. We will defend your faith, okay? As long as we can prove to the client, to the customer, to the owners, that everything possible has been done and they have been given enough warning. So it's about working together. And I absolutely agree it is not easy, but believe me, it is possible if we all are aligned and work together. So we can, so that's my answer to that one.
Yeah, correct, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me go to the next one.
Just one comment. I think Mukund, you addressed everything, and absolutely, you're absolutely right. We from office, be absolutely sure that we from office will always support you, provided we are confident that a sound plan was implemented. There was a good planning behind every move, right? And we will support that. And the question that how Mukund also mentioned in morning and just now again, how we used to do business, how it is usually done, is not the way going forward. This is not the way we are going to change shipping. This is not the way we would want to be known as a premier quality company going forward. So we want to change. We are willing to bring. We are willing to bring the new environment that is needed for shipping to go ahead. The shipping overall needs to change from being a very risky industry to a very safe industry. And as long as we continue to do what we have done for last 20, 30 years, we will never change that image. We will never be able to implement, bring in good practices and have a better image of our industry. So we all have a role to play, but I fully appreciate your question, and I fully agree also that it's not an easy thing to do, and the pressures around are quite a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
The next one is by Dimitri. It's about, again, how do we do the planning when we don't have the information from the agents? Again, but we again have to work together. You get your marine superintendents to support you to get the information. They have some network contacts. They should be able to support the ship to get the best information in addition to the master. And that's probably the way to go forward. Vladimir has asked a very interesting question. So what happens when the superintendent says budget is run out in February and he needs critical spares? That's one of the questions I had penned for myself, and I had asked for maybe a question to be put up, but it didn't happen. Vladimir, let me talk and say and put my neck out there. Your ships, our ships, will be supplied with critical spares, will be supplied with safety equipment. It is non-negotiable. If you're out of budget, the superintendent or the fleet managers, yes, the ships have to also own the budget. You must be aware of the budget. Okay. But we will make sure you get supplied, and we will make sure you get supplied in a timely manner. And if you do not get the right responses from the fleet cell, I am sure you will get it, because we have reiterated at this point, and this is what we are going to do going forward. Again, it is our problem to deal with the client, to get the fund, to provide the ship the equipment they need to deliver the service. So we are going to focus on this. Maybe it is a gap that has happened previously, but let us work towards improving the situation. And it is my commitment, Anurag's commitment, the management team's commitment, that the ships are going to get critical spares, PPE, absolutely is what they require. Yes, how you can help us? Order what you need, and order it in a timely manner, so that, as Mafizul was saying, we can supply the ship. The last thing we want to do is give FedEx, the freight forwarder, the money that wants to be spent on the ship. We should reduce the spend on freight to the minimum, so that those dollars are spent for you on board your ship. Our goal should be that. So we all have to help each other. And again, that's a journey, not a magic wand, but we'll get it right.
And it also means, Vladimir, that the process somehow failed at some stage. We should not be in this position in the first place anyway, right? So whether the budgets were not prepared, taking the ship's officers' opinions, what is coming due in next 1 year, if this was not taken into account, then it was just a paper exercise. And then the process needs to improve. But the ship's people and our crew cannot be faulted for this, right? Unless there is, of course, a breakdown maintenance, which nobody can predict. Which is, of course, sometimes you believe that you would want to believe that if I'm maintaining my planned maintenance system well on board, then and the equipments are reliable, a good quality vessel, good quality construction, things will not break down. Things can happen still, right? But ordinarily these issues should not be coming up. And then we have to see where the process broke down, and we will sort it out next time around. But as an immediate effect, as an immediate measure, as Mukund said, we have to manage. We will continue to manage the ship safely, and we'll try to negotiate with the owners as much as possible.
There's a question about COVID. If someone is found positive on board, what will be the course of action by the company, as some crew members from that vessel might not be having symptoms at that particular time, but when the vessel leaves port. So even if one person is positive. So our protocols are very clear. I can let Anna jump in. She is the guru expert. I may give you answers, but it may not be 100%. So I will lean on our subject matter expert. Anna, can you take that one?
Yes, thank you, Mukund. As Mukund just shared, we have procedures in place from the company side. There will be further procedures from the flag authorities or from the port authorities if the vessel is in a particular port not at sea. Definitely the crew on board would be isolated, and the crew would be asked to take temperatures at least twice a day, monitor and report any symptoms that might be flu-like or COVID-like. Minimize contact to minimum. Of course, take the vessel, take care of the safety and navigation. However, we probably would ask the crew to minimize any other unnecessary jobs. Isolates, we do use the test kit on board. These are rapid test kits, so they might not be as accurate as the PCR tests. We would use the first opportunity to have the vessel in ports and get the whole crew complement PCR tested just to be on the safe side. So there'll definitely be measures implemented to protect all crew members. Of course, if the crew member is found positive, we would offer medical assistance from the shore as soon as possible to that particular crew member. And that was a question if vaccinations would be offered to crew on board. That was a no at that point.
Just to share with you a very recent example, we had a ship where we had, of course, when Anurag mentioned departed command, that ship was put into port. The crew was tested fully for PCR. I mean, the PCR test was carried out not once, but twice, and close coordination with all authorities as well as with future care to support the ship staff, including psychological support, which is also important in these times. So, so that's sort of the stuff that happens. You're not getting away scot-free, Sartaj. Next one is yours. Are we need to do all Marlin courses on the Ocean Learning platform?
Yeah, the short answer is no, and I put the answer there that all your historical learner data that you have done for N number of years from Marlins has been migrated over onto Ocean Technology. So when you log in, and as an example, if you did enclosed space entry training using Marlins, it will show as already completed in your Ocean Technologies. There will not be any requirement to redo it unless there is a refresher requirement for that training. Some courses are every 3 years need to be repeated. If, of course, you reach that 3-year cycle, you would be expected to do it again. Sorry, Mugun, just one more thing. I saw another question that container hazmat training is being seen by somebody joining a tanker vessel. I hope that is not a new case. I understand about 4 weeks or a month ago when we were configuring, there was an error from the Ocean Technology side, and some of the individuals joining the wet vessels were seeing container modules. That should have been rectified. If not, please reach out and we will make sure it's fixed. Thank you.
Anurag, you want to take this since you've got probably a better overview? Seafarers being held ransom and being basically used as ships.
No, I mean, this latest example on Ever Given was, of course, this has brought the situation around seafarers starkly into the face, right? And we all of us agree that this is absolutely a no-go situation. We in the shipping industry cannot take this as a practice by the shore authorities, by governments. to keep seafarers as hostage. I would say V Group is in a good position, being one of the largest influencer, being a large influencer, being present in many industrial bodies, where we can raise these issues quickly and can assist our seafarers. However, this situation is absolutely untenable, cannot continue, and we strongly voice out against it in various platforms and forums, and we will always support our seafarers till the end. And this has happened before with V-ships. I don't know how many of you remember the case of Hubei Spirit, where V Group continued to support a master for years together. It was not only master, but probably also chief mate, years together to bring them home safely. So please be rest assured that you are working for a company which believes that seafarers seafarers are important part of our daily business, and will wholeheartedly support in case any such incident is coming up on our fleet. And that's one of the USPs for working a company like V Group, V-ships, right?
Can't help but be proud of working for a company like this. And it really starts with our first core value, we care. And I think it runs in the DNA of the organization.
Absolutely.
From Vishwanath, believe 8 to 12 watch is still considered a master's watch by the industry. I think I will leave that open to the masters. It's everybody is a leader, right? So you are on board your ship. You are the master of your ship. If you see your officers extending themselves a lot, what's to stop you from spelling them? It doesn't have to be only when they are stretched at work. Many a time a master should just give the second mate or a third mate a break, release him off his watch if they know some maintenance is happening on deck or some important thing is happening in the engine room, is relieve the guy, say, okay, kiddo, go and witness this, go and learn, sharpen your skills. It's all part of mentoring, developing our juniors. So that question, I think, is best left to the masters, because you're all professionals and you're all leaders.
Mukund, Captain Ajit here. May I come in?
Absolutely.
No, thank you. No, I will just step in, and I want to publicly acknowledge, of course, Captain Padmanabhan, Kemrut San, very senior master. And he's, of course, shown his leadership to the best of capability, abilities, and he's gone through a rough time. I won't want to go into details, but he has proven it. He's done it. So hats off to you, Captain Padmanabhan. He ran the ship in this COVID time when we didn't have mate on the ship. Very difficult, holding the whole crew together, the ship's condition, cargo operations. So I just want to share that, Captain Padmanabhan, that was exemplary. Thank you.
Well done, Captain. Kudos to you. Any other questions? This is the time to ask the difficult questions. You've got all your hostages right in front of you. More difficult, the more interesting.
And there are no pending questions, right? So all questions have been answered, I guess, then. Karen, Pauline, I suppose that's yes, right?
Yes, Anurag, I think everything.
Sure. No, we are open for new questions, absolutely. And I don't know if any of you need further details, but you are always welcome to write to us, call us. Our names and our emails and phone numbers you must have seen on board the vessels, or otherwise will be shared with you, so that you can reach out to us at any time, and be rest assured that we will respond. We will respond in a very, very collaborative and caring manner, as we always want to be known as and want to be treated as, right? So please be fully rest assured on that.
No more questions coming along, Anurag, Mukund. So maybe Mukund, if you want to do the closing.
So thank you so much for everybody's effort today. It's been 5-6 hours. I want to thank all these our colleagues from C, our C staff who've taken time out from their precious vacations. You spend a lot of time at sea, and family time is priceless. So for you to take the 6 hours off and spend it with us, we are honored and we're very grateful. And we started off a little slow, but we warmed up as we went through, and it is a difficult sort of platform to have, a conversation and wanting to get to know. But in these times, again, we are proving how adaptable and how innovative we are, and still managing to keep our engagement levels good. Thank you for all the attention that you paid and all the questions that you asked. We will try and engage more. Thank you to Sartaj, to Karen, to all the team, the training team that's been absolutely fantastic. This is my first virtual conference in V-Ships, and I am blown out of the water. It's been held, it's been organized absolutely fantastically. If anything, I feel that from our side, VSAG side, as far as the presentations and presenters go, we always feel that, we could probably have spent more time, but we again are managing priorities. So we gave it our best shot. I hope you found the presentation and the materials interesting. And as Anurag said, any follow-up questions, you can ask any of us, and we will be more than happy to follow up and give you the answers that you asked for. I have just a few requests from all of you. One is, let us make sure that we keep looking after each other. These are tough times. We need to be empathetic. We need to be very professional. We need to understand what the other person is facing and dealing with. Let us all respect each other, and let's start building more trust and a more collaborative environment to work in. It'll be more fun, and we should be free to exchange views and thoughts. Even if there are difficult questions, even if there are difficult conversations, let's have them. It's better to have them rather than walk past them and let something bad happen. We want to be taken and regarded as the best shipping company in the world, right? We want to be the number one. We want to prove that we are better than the rest, and we can only do that by doing it together, trusting each other. Let's make sure that we don't fall foul of our safety commitments, right? Let's make sure that we wear the right PPE. We are all good seamen. Let us use that experience that we have. Talking about seamanship, I look at seamanship as a way of life. It's not only about tying knots or jury rigging something. It's the way you walk, the way you talk. The seafarer always repeats themselves, to make sure that there's closed loop communication. That is seamanship. So let's be good seamen, because that itself is the greatest risk mitigator. And let us not walk by or walk past something is wrong. Let's own it, and we will get there, definitely. It's a journey, but as long as we believe in each other, we'll get to the end and we'll be proud of each other. Thank you so much for your attention, and it's been really great interacting with all of you. Anurag, over to you for the last word.
Thanks, Mukund. Again, I'm really grateful that you all took time today. What Mukund has said, what you have heard today is extremely relevant, is very close to us. We believe in every word that was said from our side to our side today, and I hope that I hope that it resonated with you, and that you found some of the answers that you probably had in your mind when you came to the conference today. So again, as I said, this conference was about you. Please do give us a feedback on what you would like us to cover differently or more in our next conferences. We will do more going forward. It seems as long as the COVID times will persist, this may be the only way that we will be close to you, or we can come close to you once the times are back normal. We will invite the office attendance for briefings and physical seminars again. But once again, great organization, Sartaj, by you and your team. Many thanks to my colleagues for being around, for being part of this seminar and preparing and delivering the right messages. And I will be, as I said, always available to listen and to hear your points of views. We are in it together. We have a journey. Which is started well, and I'm pretty confident that we will achieve more and more going forward, and more success. So thanks once again. Be safe. These are not easy times. Take care of your family. Take care of your friends. And when you are on ship, as Mukund said, watch out for each other. Most important, we are what we can give to others is something which we will remember more than few things that we do as part of the work on board our ships, right? So every achievement that you will have will be remembered by you and your colleagues, and we would be grateful because you are helping us to support our day-to-day operations in the way we have committed to our clients and our customers. So once again, I'm thankful to all of you for taking time out, and I'm hoping to see you again, hopefully physically, if not through virtual means again. Thank you very much, and have a very good day going ahead. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Mukund. Before everybody jumps off pretty quickly, this is very important. We want to hear back from you, right? Your feedback is important. So if you want to use your browser, type in the Minty address over there. If you have a phone and you have a QR reader on your phone, just take a picture and the website will open automatically. Very important, because some is questions pertaining to how the sessions were today. But more importantly, if there is anything else that you would like us to include in future sessions, if you think there is something more burning as a topic for you to hear about, you have all those options available. So please take another 5 minutes. It's not a big one. It's just 4, 5, 6 questions maximum. Finish this off. And this is really, really valuable information for us coming from you. So thank you. And I will leave you to work for the next 5 minutes and your fingers and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Sorry, Paul. I think Pauline reminded me that they want to take a group photograph as well. But Pauline, for that, you will have to remove the slide, right? So let everybody finish. When the slide is off, maybe you could take a screenshot group picture. Best that we can do when we are in a virtual environment.
Yes, Sartaj. I think for anyone who hasn't completed yet, we will be sending the same link to you on your respective email, so you can do that afterwards. But for those who's still on the call, we request for you guys to open your videos and for us to take a screenshot of everyone, and we'll be sending this group photo as well on your emails. Karen, if we can remove the slide so that faces will be on the screen. Yeah, thank you. Karen, feel free to take a photo now. Okay. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Yep. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day. And I think it's a holiday in Russia right now. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Take care. Have a nice day.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Bye.